should get the extendo clip for the mic. Okay. And YouTube's not even listening to my settings. It's not supposed to auto start, but it just does it anyway. But okay. Okay, man. I gotta do that. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. I've had conversations with multiple people whether to end the stream and come back or not. I'm still on the fence about it because I could leave, because the conversation I was having earlier with you guys is that if I stop and start, that's 2 notifications. It leaves me with 1 for the rest of the day. And so if we get a crazy night of chases, or is there some breaking news, that like we're kind of done. Like we just have 1 notification and that's it until the next day. And I wonder if it uses up the next day. I'm trying to think. I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. We'll kind of wing it. Because the other thing too is like I don't know if those people are gonna come back. If we lose the audience when we're switching like that, even though we still lose audience when we go to lunch, maybe we just leave it running. I don't know. Because at that time is when I have to get up and go and pick up my daughter too. So I wouldn't be here. I'd leave the screen up, but I wouldn't actually be here. So I don't know if it's like to have 2, especially we got to think about longevity. It's going to be an 8-week trial. So we're doubling the amount of live streams, part 1 and 2, part 1 and 2, part 1 and 2 every day. Also, it's more configuring, to set up a new stream, another thumbnail, another title, another blah, 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 blah. You are playing 2 audios at the same time? Oh, there's only 1 audio. I mean, you're doing the same thing on the second stream, so I say make it easier. I think I might just go with easier too. And when I leave, I just put up something like a word on the screen, like a text message, like "Hey, on lunch break" or something like that. Because I am thinking of like longevity. I feel like now that we've done these trials, this is the 3rd trial that I've done. I usually burn myself out. So I'm trying to think of like the simplest thing. I don't want to have to like worry, like if they run past 2 p.m. and I have to leave by then, worry about ending or starting or whatever. It's, I don't know, just less complications the better, right? And maybe we can have some mods. So I was talking to Diggs too. Maybe they could timestamp it. The people that are rewatching. Save notifications. Well, do you have another channel you could dedicate trials to? I don't know. I've thought about it. I don't really have another channel. Like there is another channel, but I haven't really posted anything on there. That's a possibility too. I don't know. But they're not monetized. That's the thing too. So I think they said 8 weeks worst case scenario for jury. See if I can, I don't know if they set this back up yet. I want to kind of modify the screen too a little bit. Not yet. Okay. Because we got the judge full screen. But then I want to be able to, I actually want to crop the judge, put another, so let me do this. Let me clean up some of these layers that I have here. Let's simplify shit. Let's see. Got the right screen, alert box. Mel Dick. I feel like I gotta leave this guy. He's not appropriate for this trial, but I don't want to delete it though, I'm gonna leave it in the background. Or I can leave him to the other screen. So let me take it out. We got the right screen. That's not the right screen. What the hell is that? Alright, so we're gonna delete this one. Do a little cleanup while I wait for them to come back. The other thing too, I think, well, never mind. That's out of the window, the case then. If we're not gonna shut down the stream. Okay. Chat's up. Delete this. Let's make everything simple and clean. All this stuff. Delete. I can actually mute it for you guys too, so you don't hear all that sound. What are you guys up to, man? Did you guys take a break? What are you guys doing? Are you working? Are you at work right now? Are you at home? Are you in the office? Did you get teleported, Melissa? I gotta check the burgers too. There's some burgers in there. Delete this. Delete this. Okay. That's there. All the rambling and talk right now, those are the thoughts that I have in my head. I'm just sharing them. You're trying to join the membership, Terry? If you have an iPhone, I hear that the link doesn't work. Like, you're gonna have to get on a computer. I guess because they hate Google or whatever. I heard that there's issues with that. And so we're supposed to be hearing the audio phone calls, which should be interesting. I'm curious to see what we're gonna get on there. Window capture. What's up? Make sure to have the right chat open. Oh, I might have the wrong chat. This should be the right chat, right? Let me close it and open it again. Oh, and if you guys too could hit like again, you're gonna have to re-like the stream. That's the other thing. Like, people might forget to like re-like and leave and come back. The other advantage is I hear they're coming back. I think 3:15, but starting like at 3:20 or something like that. 2:30. Ooh, Valentina, you said she's gonna come to your facility if she's found guilty by insanity. Let's try this again. Okay. Okay, looks like it's back. So let's see. Okay, this is perfect time to play around. Okay. Okay. Let me just keep cleaning this up here. I think we're gonna be here till like 7 today, towards the end. Does anyone know? Kimmy says, does anyone know if Gannon's mom and sister testifying also? That's a good question. I have to look at the list. Well, if you're talking about it's not Haley, right? It's Harley. Harley. If you're talking about Harley, she was on a list. Harley Hunt. I don't know if they're actually gonna call her, or if they're just doing that because Diggs was mentioning that sometimes they put them there so they don't get messed with. You know, like the media or whoever else. I'm not sure. Okay. Oops. Okay. I have that screen set up when we're ready. Up and running smooth. Let's see how you guys doing. Mom is on list. Amy says, "Hey, thank you, Amy." Amy says, "Mom is on list. Harley is on list." Okay. Yeah, we know that's not his biological sister. That's like, I guess, technically stepsister. Yeah. Mm-hmm. During opening statements, he said that Harley is going to testify against her mom. Oh, okay. I didn't even hear that. We did pull it up on the witness list. Oh, they arrested Trump? Oh, Lord. La revolution. Yeah, I think I might. We'll see how today goes, but maybe I'll just leave the one stream up. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if we'll keep. We'll just go day by day. I have mixed feelings about it, I guess. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. Oh no, they arrested Trump. No! Oh my God. Let's see. He'll be all right. Let me see. Donald Trump. They actually arrested him? Oh shit. Donald Trump. Please not guilty to 34 counts in arraignment. This is all because of Stormy Daniels? Oh, it's because of the whole money was the supposedly. Why would he use campaign money though? I don't get that. Like, why not just have some other? Was it a way to hide it? I just slip her some money from your account, have somebody in your team, like a maybe the team was from the. Why don't you just like some personal funds or like somebody from the side? Or I don't know why campaign shit. Though? I don't understand that. Lord Almighty. Ah. Bragg's office has been investigating the circumstances surrounding a payment made on Trump's behalf to an adult film star in 2016. Dang. In exchange for her silence about an alleged affair, which Trump has denied. The arraignment capped a day of spectacle surrounding Trump's surrender at Manhattan Criminal Court. The Secret Service motorcade left Trump Tower in Midtown Manhattan for the courthouse shortly after 1 p.m., cutting through the New York traffic with a police escort as spectators looked on. He was expected to have fingerprints taken while in custody, but didn't have his mugshot taken and wasn't placed in handcuffs. More than an hour later, after arriving, Trump entered the courtroom where the judge was overseeing his arraignment hearing. No video recording was allowed in the courtroom, but a handful of photographers were briefly permitted to take pictures. One photo shows Trump seated at the defense table, flanked by his attorneys. Oh, you know what? He is going to make a statement. Is it? The former president is expected to then. Wait, what? Okay. The former president is expected to then be released and return home to Florida, where he's set to deliver remarks to supporters. I wonder if that's happening tonight. Is it happening tonight? I'm curious to see what he got to say. What Trump got to say. protesters turn Trump's Manhattan arraignment into an absolute circus. Oh, no! It's a circus out there. Mayhem. Chaos. Oh, 8:30 tonight? I mean, if you guys want, we come back. It's gonna be chaos in the chat. If you want to come back, we can watch it. It's gonna be chaos. No, I'm not gonna do it. My mental health. What's up with the thumbnail? I saw Leonardo DiCaprio testifying against Hollywood. For real? Where? Oh, okay. Maybe we'll come back tonight and watch Trump. You can watch that, and that's the whole thing of like not wanting to use up all my notifications, because we could have breaking stuff happen, even though we're gonna be streaming to like almost 7 p.m. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Oh, and by the way, I had talked with 2 people, and I didn't realize this Friday is Good Friday, ain't it? So I guess we'll find out tomorrow. I'm guessing they're not gonna have trial Thursday or Friday then. Damn, bro, they arrested him, bro. He slept with some woman, and now they come back from what is it, 2016? Damn, bro. Stormy Daniels smiling now. I got him finally. Yes. All right, let me I'll be right back. Let me just flip the burgers. Stormy Daniels, no! Oh, this is good. Oh my god. It's perfect. Oh, baby, you're so good. The burgers. Oh my god. Perfect. God. Apparently it's done. And it is so good. Oh. Just got nauseated since my treatments. What kind of treatments? Is it like chemo stuff? You can't stand the smell of burgers? What? I made 4 burgers. It's so freaking good. I got like the grass-fed one. Carrie, thank you so much. Carrie in the super chat says, don't burn your burgers and your buns. Not using any buns, just straight up burger. I have a salad kit, but I'm not gonna, it's too much hassle. I want to open up the bag, take all the salad. Just eat the burger real quick. Uh-oh. He left. He's gone. That boy quit. That's right. Hmm. Ooh. Where's the video? Oh, I guess maybe we'll wait. We'll have to wait. I don't see, why don't we have cameras? That's mine is off too. I'm thinking they'll bring it back on. Or if not, I'll try to leave and come back. But okay, just joined. They aren't ready yet. Okay. Thank you for checking, Diggs. Okay. So we're gonna be hearing the phone calls. The chambers. They said so. A couple of people were telling me about Letecia that she took out life insurance on the kids, but she took it out in 2017. So I don't know.
Telephone calls. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen?
And excuse me, sorry, Judge. What I would like to do before we actually jump into those phone calls is clean up some of the timeline, any confusion, Judge. And what I want to start with first is showing the Mr. Stauch, People's Exhibit number 32. May I approach the witness?
32. That was not one that was, so that's new.
That's new.
Okay, all right, Go ahead.
It's text messages.
And when they turn on the courtroom camera, I'm going to fix the view that we have. So I'm just waiting for them to turn on the other camera.
And take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit number 32. Flip through it, and then let me know when you're familiar with it.
I hope they turn on the camera. This is gonna be rough if they don't turn it on. No, Dad's still testifying, but this is part of the, I guess, the testimony. They're gonna play. It's pretty like one is an hour long. I don't know how long the other calls are. So and I don't think this has ever been released before, so it should be interesting, or at least something we haven't heard before.
Had a chance to look that through?
Yeah, I've looked it through. Kind of thumbed through it.
Okay. What is People's Exhibit 32, just generally speaking?
Generally speaking, it's multiple text message threads between myself and the defendant.
On the outside cover of that binder, does it have sort of a key on it that tells us what we're looking at inside the binder?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does it have a blue box with your phone number above it?
It does.
And again, just to remind the jury, what is your phone number?
843-478-6714.
And then the other side of that cover sheet, does it have a green box that would signify defendant's text messages?
It does.
And does it have her phone number also listed there?
Yes, sir.
What is that phone number?
843-655-7460.
And the date range, so you'd have to go to the very first text message in that binder and then look at the very last text message in that binder. The first one, is that on January 26, 2020?
Yes, sir.
What time? Should have the time on it.
I have a timestamp of 12:59:05.
And then the very last text message?
January 29th at 8:16:48.
Oh,
Say that time again, I'm sorry.
It says 8:16:48.
So 48 seconds.
48 seconds, yes.
Yep, okay. Are those fair and accurate, basically depictions of your text messages between the defendant and yourself for that timeline, January 26, 2020 through January 29th, 2020?
Yes, what I've seen so far, yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 32.
Defense?
I don't mind if they use this exhibit to refresh his recollection as to time and dates and so forth. I don't think the proper foundation has been laid as far as the admission of the exhibit, as far as where these text messages came from, how they came into being and so forth. I think they'll probably be laid for a different witness later on.
I don't have Exhibit 32, so all I know is that they are generally described as text messages. Let me see them.
oh, text messages. If you
And
guys
that's
could,
accurate. I don't have 32, right?
No.
Okay.
What you have is photographs.
if you guys could hit
That's
the
what I
like button,
thought.
please,
Okay.
too. Don't forget to hit like. Appreciate that. We got to re-hit like now because we're back again. Different stream.
Assume you want us to-
And subscribe too if you're not subscribed. Oh, look, we got the other camera. So let me adjust it now. Make some adjustments.
Is that? Mr. Allen?
So, Mr. Stauch, how do you know what those are?
Just some of the ones I've looked at so far come back to my mind of text messages and conversations myself and the defendant had in this general time frame.
Did you receive those on your personal cell phone that is signified by the phone number on the front cover of that sheet?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
And the number that they are attributed to as to coming from, is that from essentially what you understand as the defendant's phone?
Yes, sir.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 32 is admitted.
If you, I'm not going to have all of these displayed on the screen, Mr. Stauch, because it would be obviously a lot of text messages there. But can you flip to January 27th at 2:48 a.m.?
Is it a page number?
No, you'll have to look at the time
Okay.
and date stamp, so it'll be closer to the front.
January 27th at what time?
2:48 a.m.
2:48 a.m. Yes.
Do you see a text message from the defendant's phone at 2:48 a.m. on January 27th?
Yes, sir.
What does that text message say that was sent to you?
It says he is in the bathroom again and blood coming out butthole, and he is crying about going to school tomorrow like this. And he is still upset about the candle accident. I told him it's fine and that as long as he was okay, not to worry about something minor we can fix, and let's worry about his stomach hurting.
So when the text message in your mind says he is, who is the he is in that text message?
Gannon.
How do you know that?
Because I don't know if it's in these text message thread, but we had discussed his that specific stomach incident previously already in this general time frame.
Okay. So based on context, you were able to determine that at least from the defendant's phone, is a text saying that Gannon is bleeding out of his butt.
Yes.
What?
Had that ever occurred before?
If there was any, I mean, so and I mentioned this previously, he did have a stomach issue where he'd get severely constipated and would have, that'd be too graphic, but have, some large pieces of stool that was hard to pass. And he may have a little bit of blood in the stool or but he would never bleed like a gush or drip or anything like that. It would just be a drop or something associated with that. So nothing serious like this.
Okay. Can you find a text at 8:10 a.m. that has a reference to lighting a candle, Gannon lighting a candle?
What date, Mr. Allen?
Same day.
Same day.
If I change the day, I'll tell you, but
Okay.
8:10 a.m.
Thank you. 8:10 a.m.
That bleeding thing was weird. Constipation is
Don't
not.
see 8:10 a.m. about the candle.
Well, do you generally remember getting a text from the defendant's phone referencing that Gannon lit a candle because the smell from poop?
Yes, I remember that.
Was that odd to you that purportedly Gannon would light a candle?
Yeah, I don't remember him ever playing or lighting candles on his own accord.
Okay.
If he was directed to, maybe, but never, going in and doing that on his own.
Mm.
Next thing I want to ask you about is, were you aware from the defendant about the defendant taking Gannon and Lena hiking at Garden of the Gods on the 26th?
Sir?
What did the defendant tell you about that hiking trip?
I believe there was some talk about him pooping in his pants or having an accident during that hiking, somewhere in that afternoon that they went hiking.
Did the defendant express any frustration with that incident?
I don't remember. I don't know if frustration is the right word. I don't remember what the feeling was that she displayed, but there was a conversation about it.
Well, how would you characterize the way that she was expressing that story to you?
I mean, I could speak more generally. I just know that it was always a frustrating or she didn't like to have to clean it up or deal with that part of Gannon.
Having to clean up after?
Yeah, when he had an accident.
Okay. And then we already had previously talked about, you got a text message on the 28th in the morning, 2 text messages actually with those pictures of Gannon in bed.
From the bedroom, yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay. When you got back to Colorado from Oklahoma, did you meet with detectives at a Starbucks?
Yes, the Starbucks and Fountain, yes, sir.
Was that on January 28th, 2020?
Tuesday, yes, sir. It was Tuesday the 28th, yes, sir.
Okay. Who was with you when you went to that Starbucks?
Myself and the defendant. I mean, and then whatever detectives were there. I don't remember specifically. I think there was 2 or 3, but
Okay.
as far as our side goes, it was myself and the defendant.
The phone that we admitted earlier, Gannon's phone, is that when you gave that phone to the detectives so that they could use it for investigative purposes?
I believe so, but I don't remember specifically when I turned it over to them.
Okay. What did you tell the detectives at that time? And I'm asking in a general sense. Obviously, you probably don't remember word for word.
Yeah, I know we're working through he's missing and what we had done so far, I think, and what I knew about what I had done as far as like calling his friend's parents and, calling his mom and stuff like that. I remember that being a part of it, I think. Also, we had his Nintendo Switch box because he was...
So let me stop you there and
Okay.
we'll get to some of that.
Okay.
When you said what you had done as a result of he being missing, you're talking about Gannon.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record again. Were you sitting at the same table as the defendant during that time?
We were sitting side by side. Yes, sir.
Were you able to hear what she was telling to the detectives?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell the detectives about Gannon's disappearance?
I don't remember specifically, but it was all centered around him being missing or running away, not coming home, the storyline up to that point.
Well, okay, so what we had talked about earlier was that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home?
Right. Yes, sir.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
She was telling the same story at that time.
Yes, sir.
And then we talked earlier about you going to the sheriff's office to give an interview. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a follow-up interview at the sheriff's office as well.
Yes, sir.
Did those both occur on January 28th?
Yes, sir.
When you went the first time, where was the defendant at that time?
I do not know. I went because,
So,
okay,
yep. So you don't know where the defendant was?
I do not.
Did she go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you tell the sheriff's office detectives during that interview?
I don't remember all the specifics. I have heard the interview, but I don't remember all the specifics. I know I was more vague with what I was telling them about mine and the defendant's relationship, because I didn't. This was before I went to search for the black car, or before I went to search for the defendant's car. So I didn't really suspect anything for you. Like I mentioned previously, that black car was really, or the search for that black car was really what changed my mind about what was going on. So I was just trying to find my son at that point. I didn't think anything else really was going on. I thought he was just missing. So once again, I don't remember all the specifics. I just remember I was more vague about whatever was going on in my life. So
Again, just to make sure that we're all clear, the defendant didn't go with you to the sheriff's office.
no, sir.
Did you reiterate basically the same story that Gannon was missing and hadn't come home?
I believe I did. Yes, sir.
And it sounds like what you're describing is that you were telling this in a more general sense because of all of the things that you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it was after that, based on the way you just said that you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School?
Yeah, like I said this morning, I left that first interview, went home, checked on the girls, and then went out to search again to Walmart, planning on going to the game section or whatever. And then it hit me to go look for the car at French Elementary School. Wasn't there, and I didn't get too far out of the parking lot of French before I called. I think I got a hold of Bethel, is who it was, and said, "Hey, something's wrong." And I was actually freaking out pretty hard, and they're like, "Calm down, just come back downtown." And that's when I did the second interview.
So what was it about you not finding the car at French Elementary School that caused you to, as you just now described it, to freak out?
Well, two things. It was a flat out lie in my estimation. That's my perspective. Because she told me the car was there and never told me she had moved the car. And a few other things, and once again, I don't want to get into hearsay, but things I didn't see that people had told me. I was putting all these pieces together, and then that was the first lie I in my mind I had confirmed.
So yeah.
Hold on. She's staying.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
So there's a lot here.
Yeah.
And obviously we're talking about your son and
Yes.
understand that this is a stressful moment for you. having to recollect this from 3 years ago. Really listen to what the question is and just answer that question, okay? When you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School, did you find it?
No,
Did that cause you to change your opinion as to, along with other things like you said this morning, as to the nature of Gannon's disappearance?
absolutely. Yes, sir.
When you went to the sheriff's office that second time, so later in the evening on January 28th, did you specifically tell the detectives what you thought was in the defendant's car based on the information you had?
Yeah, I made a statement to them about, they asked me that question and I just replied with what I thought I was going to find in the car.
What did you think you were going to find if you found the car?
I think my hope was to find Gannon. That was the whole point of searching, was to find Gannon.
So you thought Gannon might be in that car?
I had no clue, but that's what I said to them. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then if you can flip in those text messages to January 29th at 7:19 a.m.
Sir, I believe I'm here.
Do you see text messages on that time frame from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any text messages wherein you're getting text messages about a rape?
About what?
Rape,
You said January 29th, 7:20 a.m. or
7:19 a.m. We're not publishing. Oh, you did? Oh, sorry.
Had been admitted, so I thought that's what you
I
wanted.
thought we did it, Judge.
No, it was me.
Just
I don't.
Our Crime Circus, if you're watching, I'm searching for your message now on Insta. I don't know if you're under Crime Circus or another name. BL did send me a link to your
And
website,
as always the case with technology, now the screen is black on this computer.
which is really well done. I'm going to talk about it on the break.
So while I'm trying to get this computer up, Mr. Stauch, do you remember when it was that you were notified from the defendant about a rape story? I'm not asking you to look at the text messages.
Yes, absolutely. It's in relation to these texts. She was asking me to come talk to her in the bedroom through the text message. As I stated this morning, I was sleeping on the couch. She was in the bedroom. And then I finally gave in and went in and accepted her request to talk. And that's when she started telling the first rape story.
What did she tell you about a rape story?
The first story was that, like I said, she had got raped. The person, there was, not just the sexual part, but she had been beat up or whatever. And then Gannon also had been beat up, and he talked about his burns and all that stuff as well. And then Gannon was taken by this person. That it happened in Gannon's bedroom, and that she cleaned up the mess. And I think that was the brunt of the first version of the story.
I found you.
Did she tell you where that rape had occurred?
Yes, sir. I think you were messing with computers, but it happened in.
I was.
Yeah, absolutely. She said it specifically happened in Gannon's bedroom.
Oh,
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yeah, but prior to this first rape story, I
No.
did, yes.
What I'm saying is, you were describing that you were in the living room sleeping on the couch. I think you said that she was inside the bedroom texting you.
Yes.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yes, sir. Prior to her starting the rape story.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I got enough computers here. What was her demeanor like when you went into the bedroom?
She seemed a little frantic, a little, I mean, that's the best way to put it, just frantic and, but I don't know any way to describe it. It was just kind of all over the place.
Well, let me ask
Freaking
you
out
this.
a bit.
Let me ask you this specifically. Did she appear to be crying?
No, sir.
What about her voice inflections? What was her voice doing?
I mean, it seemed normal, not normal, but it seemed, I mean, she was frantic, like I said, freaking out. So it was kind of rushed and, she was telling me about how she got raped, allegedly, so.
What did you do with that information now that you're hearing this for the first time, that there's potentially a rape that had occurred in Gannon's bedroom?
So 3 specific things. Well, before those, first I asked her to stay in the room, that I'd be right back. My mom and my sister had slept the night before in Gannon's room. So I immediately went and told them they need to get all their stuff and get out. And I told them very limited. I don't know what all I specifically told them. I just said it's maybe a crime scene now. I think I notified the authorities to some degree. And then I went and got all of the weapons in my house and basically confiscated them and put them in my truck and locked them, made sure I had the key. I think, my one Smith & Wesson 9mm compact, I handed to Landon's brother just for safety and keep it on his side. I trusted him. He's like a jailer or a police officer or something. So,
All right. So let me break in there for just a moment. When you say you went to gather all the weapons, are you talking about those firearms that you described earlier?
Yeah, every single one of them. And I did it in a specific order. I got all the ones that were mine registered to me. And then I went back and asked her, said, I need you to
Who is her?
excuse me, the defendant.
Okay.
I went back directly to the defendant, said, I need the ones that are in her name, which the 12-gauge shotgun and one of the pistols possibly. And I said, you don't have to because they're yours, but I need these and I'm gonna put them away for safekeepings right now. And she did, she complied and I went and put those in the truck as well.
So what was in your mind? Why did you think you needed to lock up the firearms in a vehicle?
Because my first impression was a bullshit story and that something else was going on and something happened in the bedroom that I just wasn't sure. And I guess it's my military training. I don't know, but safety was the first priority for everybody. So get all the weapons out of the house, put them somewhere safe. And then I went back and talked to her again.
What did you do after you put the guns in the vehicle?
I went back and directly went straight to her and asked her to retell me the story.
Who else was in the bedroom at that time?
Landon was also in there.
Did the defendant at that time give you an impression that Gannon was injured as a result of something happening in the bedroom, along with this rape?
Yes.
Anything about blood?
Yes.
What did she say about blood on Gannon?
Well, it was involved in the rape and the beatings that they both supposedly took, that there was just blood everywhere, her blood and his blood.
Did she say what she had done in regard to that blood?
Yes, she said she had cleaned it up.
Did she describe any blood on bed sheets?
I believe so. I don't want to say specifically yes, but I believe she did.
Okay. I want to jump ahead to January 31st. You remember sharing some text messages with the defendant about her coming back to the house, so this would be after she'd moved out, to collect things from the house? Or phone calls?
So let me clarify this. You said after she had physically moved out or came and got her stuff and moved out?
Where she had physically removed herself from the house, but wanted to come back and get her belongings.
I just want to clarify. Yes, yeah, absolutely. There was multiple phone calls and text messages throughout those few days. And I remember specifically we scheduled a time for her to come, and I scheduled a time that way I could ensure a deputy would be there to kind of monitor the situation. because it became very volatile by that point.
So did the defendant in fact come to the house?
Not on that first time. I think it was the second scheduled time, but she did.
Who did she come with?
The defendant came with, herself, Harley came, her mother, and her brother, Dakota Lowry.
What is her mother's name?
Deborah, I don't remember. I don't know exactly
Okay.
what her last name is.
And I'm not asking you to tell us anything that Harley said, but how was Harley acting during this time?
Very reserved, I think is the best way to put it.
As far as people that were already in the house at that time, not talking about who came with the defendant, but who was at the house separate from that group, who was at the house?
My brother Les Stauch. I think Landon would have been there, and Veronica, the deputy. Veronica being Landon's aunt, to clarify. Whichever deputy, I think it was Berklich. I'm not 100% sure. I was there, of course. I think my sister Becky would have been there as well. Rebecca Lynn. I think that's it.
Where was Lena?
Elena as well. Yeah, Elena was there. Thank you.
Were you watching what stuff was being carried in and out of the house?
I stayed in two main areas. I stayed in the kitchen for a while. So I did see, when I say traffic, coming up and down the stairs from Harley's room, bringing stuff. And then I went into the bedroom at one point while Tisha was gathering some of her belongings. And I do remember the deputy followed me in there. He was in there as well the whole time I was in there with Tisha. So, the defendant, excuse me.
So that suitcase that we talked about earlier, that green suitcase, did you ever see that come out of the house on that day?
No, sir.
Did you ever see it come out of the house in relation to this investigation?
No, sir.
Okay. Making some contacts. Talking to somebody that's actually been going to the trial and has a really nice website.
Once she moved her belongings out of the house on January 31st, how would you communicate with the defendant after that?
Through text message, there may have been, and I'm speaking in between the period before I started the pretext phone calls. There was text messages and I believe some emails and possibly some phone calls as well. I don't remember specifically, but any version of those three, I think, were in play.
What about in-person conversations?
I don't believe I ever saw her again after she left until I saw her in the courtroom.
Okay. During that particular time frame, so from January 31st until we start into these pretext phone calls, did the statements that the defendant was telling you about what happened again and ever change?
Yes, they changed in, yes.
In what ways did they change?
Different people were accused, something happened again and at different places, I think I'm mixing up some of the pretext stuff too. So I'm trying, I don't know, but yeah, there was different stories told.
Okay.
So.
And so we're going to get into the pretext phone calls, obviously, and that we'll actually be able to hear those things. What I'm trying to do is just get into what you're thinking happened based on what you're hearing from the defendant. And so you said that there was different names being mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any of those names now?
Yeah, I think one of the first ones was Eduardo. Some version of that. There was another name. I don't think it came into play until the pretext, the Quincy Brown. I think that's when that came into play.
So let me back up and stop you there. In relation to the name that you just said, Eduardo.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say yes or no.
Yes. Yes.
What did she tell you about Eduardo?
So I'll be honest, I'm having trouble. I think all the different versions are mixing together when they happen. So I don't know. I know there was a story that the defendant told me about There was a man in the neighborhood, a carpet guy,
So
or
let me ask you specifically about that.
please.
Did she give you a statement about her allowing a man from the neighborhood that was a construction worker into the house to fix the carpet?
I think the story was she gave him the code. But yeah, somehow he got in the house.
The question is, did she tell you a story with those sort of details in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the story that she told you in relation to that?
Like I just said, I think it involved in that specific one that she gave him the code of the garage and he came in. I'm kind of at a loss on that, Mike, or Mr. Allen. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Did you know anybody by that name?
Absolutely not. I don't believe.
Eduardo.
Did she allege that that's the person that raped her in the first time that she tells the story?
Yes.
Okay.
Amy, thank you so much. I'll talk about that in a second too. Thank you for the gifts, Amy. So kind, and your help too for the trial. There's very little time to talk in between this trial, it seems like so far. I'm talking to somebody pretty interesting too, so we'll see what that turns out to be, because maybe I can have them on. They went to the trial, I think, yesterday. They have a really nice website, so just getting contacts and stuff, it's good for the future.
Now I want to jump into these phone calls, and we're going to have to reconnect our computer. So just a moment.
Okay.
That first pretext phone call, which is People's Exhibit number 35, previously admitted. Who was on that particular phone call?
It would have been myself.
It's not tricky.
Yeah, it's
Were you
myself
on
and the
that?
defendant. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's other people that are feeding you information to ask them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're at this point, I would ask to permission to publish People's Exhibit 35, this is that longer phone call, an hour and 57 minutes.
Okay. Because there's so many, what you'll need to do is when we stop one and begin the other, you'll just have to tell, for purposes of the record, what it is that you're doing.
Yeah. And what I intend to do, Judge, is play it for just a second so we can hear voices, have Mr. Stauch identify who those voices are, and then just let it play from that point.
All right, that's fine.
Just wanted to test it out when I need to do images. Okay. Well, I got a bunch of stuff to talk about later. Text messages, all kinds of stuff. Aw. Good.
Judge, you would think after COVID, we'd be more adept at our computer skills. It's my fault.
All right. We'll have our technological issues, but it's not mine. What you should have to do is plug it in the same way that you had it before.
Yeah, we just didn't. There we go.
Hello.
Whose voice was that?
That was my voice.
Okay, go ahead.
Keisha? Okay. Hello. Hey.
Whose voice is that?
That was the defendant's voice.
Okay. So Judge, at this point, we'll just let it play.
All right, Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
Why didn't you say anything?
I did. I said hello. It's just hard because I have to get service off Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So what's up?
Oh, I'm a little hungry.
You still haven't eaten anything?
No,
Huh?
no.
Why not?
I don't have any money or cards. They have all that. I have all my debit cards, credit cards.
Who has all that?
They have it from my car. I don't have anything from my car.
Oh, you didn't have it with you?
I did. I had my purse with me, but they took my purse and they took my Apple Watch and all that. They took everything I had possession on.
Why did they do that?
I guess the same reason they took everything that was in my book bag and all they car. I mean, they even took the dog paperwork and my social security card and my birth certificate. My passport, which is why I can't be at the airline because I have to have a passport.
You're not working at the school anymore? I thought you had the early college thing going on.
Right. They took my laptop and they took my car. So I called them and said, hey, I don't have a way to get to work right now. I'm going to work on it. I should have my car back in a day or two. Well, I'm still waiting and I don't have a way to get to work. Sure as I don't have a way to drive to Denver and I don't have a passport because I have to have my passport and my crew badge to get on DIA.
So you still
Need to help me get any of it.
who's no one, like the police or whatever?
Like, I've called the evidence department several times and just been like, can I at least get my tax? Can I at least get anything that deals with my everyday life of operating? Like my cards, my passport. And then the guy was like, well, why do you need your passport? I said, no. It's required by FAA to have it with you at all times, or you cannot even get to the airport, can't do anything.
Yeah, you told me that. I forgot. I'm sorry.
So I just want to get my contents like that because how am I supposed to work if I don't have any of it?
Yeah, I know.
Placed on hold. Please wait for your contact to return.
Hello? Where?
Hung up. I'll do a poll too. If you guys can tell me if you want to zoom in or not. I don't think it makes that much of a difference as far as pixelation. Quality is not that great anyway. See the next call. The next call.
Hello?
Hey,
What happened?
the Wi-Fi, I don't have a number, so the Wi-Fi just dies, so I had to use this Indian dude's number here, phone number here to call you back on because I don't only have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
But anyway, so like, I don't have any of that stuff. So I'm not trying to purposely not go to work, not do anything. I just need help obtaining any of it to even do anything.
Well, I'm having trouble too because they still freaking got my truck and you know how I have those badges I got to get in?
Yeah.
I can't freaking get into my secure part of my job, so I can't even do what I'm supposed to be doing either. So it's freaking driving me nuts.
So like the people are fussing at Harley because she needs her high school diploma and she needs a report with her ID, social, and high school diploma. And I'm trying to explain to them what's going on.
Yeah.
And, like, I just can't get any help because she's supposed to be there every week on base doing stuff. She leaves in 28 days.
For basic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did anything ever happen with that job? That new MOS?
Yeah, the guy wants to talk to her about it. That's why he told her, he said to come in, but we didn't have a way, so we explained that to him. So we didn't have a way. We don't have a way to get on base because they have IDs. They have everything. It's in the book bags, everything.
Okay. What were we talking? What is C? What was that thing you said you called? I just popped in my head. CIB or something?
Yeah, you guys, I'm trying to talk to you about, like, help, and I'm not downing or talking about anyone, but they don't need to be the lead agency if they're not going to lead. So the Colorado Bureau of Investigations can even look at it from a different approach. So I called the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, and I talked to someone, and they're going to call me back.
What did you tell them?
I didn't say anything bad about anyone. I just said there's a lot of key things that they're choosing to leave out. And I says it's becoming a witch hunt after one person. I said when they're barking up the wrong tree and they're not even following what credible things that I've told them. Like they want tips from the public, but the public was not there.
Well, what credible things have you told them? That's what in our emails I'm trying to, and I know you said you were waiting to talk to me and everything, but what is it that you've told them? Because I know we had some, uncertainty about some of the things initially, and that's fine. But like, what is it that you told them that they're not looking at? Can you walk me through it? I know I asked you for that timeline.
Hold on a second. I can't breathe. Give me 1 second.
Take your time. Just try to get some deep breaths.
I'm just trying to put the window down on this stupid thing because, it's hot. And, like, I'm having to, like, run into people I don't even freaking know. They could be mad killers and shit to be like, hey, can I use your phone? Hey, can I sit in your car for a minute? Hey, do you think I could drive your car to the store?
I know I'm starting to feel some heat too. Like I told you when I went to Bass Pro Shop last night, I wanted to get some clothes, but I was trying to hope to run into you on the north end, like you said you were out there. But
Yeah.
well, like I said, I was just trying to hope to bump into you or something. But I feel like I'm having to hide now. That's why I went and got some redneck clothes, like the clothes that you don't like, because all those nice clothes I have at the house that you got me, I would just stick out like a sore thumb, and I'm just trying to hide too.
I don't know how long you got, but I just wanted to start with you for Saturday what I have.
Okay. Listen, I scooted away for lunch, so probably hour and a half, so we got plenty of time.
All right. What do you mean scooted away from lunch? You don't have a car?
Yeah, I got a rental car. Uncle Jeff helped me out with a rental car, but I just had to get away from all them people. Like I've been telling you, it's just crazy. So.
You stand by yourself?
Me and Uncle Jeff.
Okay, so your Uncle Jeff is there with you.
Yeah,
okay.
It's been like me with my family members the whole time. So
how long can your Uncle Jeff stay?
I have no clue. It's people have been kind of jumping in and out, but
I just didn't want you to be by yourself because I've been trying to be with you because I don't think that you should be by yourself with them because it's a bunch of vultures. That's all.
yeah, I'm starting to slowly see that. So, but yeah, let's just timeline because I want to hear your timeline so I can try to make sense of it.
Saturday, okay. You said you wouldn't question, you would just listen.
Saturday, hold on, Tisha. Saturday, what do you mean Saturday? Right before me and Mama left. Saturday.
After you left.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. So this is the paper I have. I had to get it notarized because that's what that guy said to do. Right after y'all, whoever found us and took Holly's car, that's where we left from, was the attorney. But anyway. All right. So I'm going to just go through certain things. I'm not going to read it verbatim how he did it because it would be more of in law terms. But, key one, Albert and his mom left for Denver. We put DEN in there. around the house, cleaned up. She helped with stuff. Helped me get stuff out of his car. Gannon's always barefooted because that was something that he asked me. Even taking the trash out, things like that. He took the trash out. He stepped on something in the garage. So my car parked. You had those boards that were underneath my car, right?
Yeah.
Gannon was going to go help because he was saying that there was some kind of piece out there that was going to help me. You know the little zip ties that you have on things and it's hard to get off?
Yeah.
So he knew where something was at to go pop this off. So he was going to go get it because I had bought them some things from the clearance store. All right, so Gannon cut his foot on those boards. We flipped the boards over because we were freaking out because I was like, oh my God, your daddy said don't get oil or anything from your car leaked on those boards. You know what boards I'm talking about?
The one, like the 2x4s that I have, like that you drive over to park in the garage or whatever. Yeah.
So I let Gannon sit down in the back of the car. You know how funny I am about my car. But also we just bandaged it up. Whatever. All we did was stick a bandage on it, whatever. And I said something to him about, Gannon, you gotta quit coming out here barefooted, which I do the same thing. I take dogs out barefooted anyway.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you, hold on, wait a second. I'm just thinking here, and I'm going to listen to everything. Just something that popped in my head. He always goes out the front door to do the trash. That's so weird.
But he was helping me unload. Like, I had bought them a bunch of stuff in the clearance store. If you look in the garage.
I got you. Okay, I thought you said take out the trash. I'm sorry.
Let me explain this to you. There's 2 bags that was put in the garage because I had put a bunch of stuff in there. I went and bought them a bunch of crap that went on sale from the clearance store because they were changing over to like warm weather stuff. But obviously in Colorado, you can still wear the cold weather stuff, which I saw Lena online wearing, so therefore I knew it was in the house. But anyway, so my point was, he was really, helping me out, whatever, just talking to me about something. Who knows what he's talking about? He tells me about video games. I listen, but I don't understand them. Anyway, so he was bleeding on his foot, and we turned the boards over because I was like, oh my God, I was going to freak out, because these are the boards. He says, don't you get oil on my car, don't drip on my car, whatever. All right, so during this time frame, Gannon was supposed to be taking the trash out. I said, you might as well take out recycle, whatever. But Gannon kept going to the gate with nothing. And I kept saying, why are you going to the gate? He was like, I'm going to make sure the gate is locked. Well, okay, this is the first I'd known. I knew we were talking about locking the gate, but I didn't know Gannon had the key. I thought maybe you just had the key yourself, whatever. I didn't know Gannon had the key.
But hold on. The key was in our room in the on top of the dresser the whole time. Remember, he kept.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention or remember.
All right.
So he kept going out there with the key and saying that he was checking to make sure the gate was locked. Okay, benefit of doubt, maybe he was, because we had talked about making sure that gate was locked, or I've been talking to somebody. I don't know. I'm not speculating. I know I got on him about, hey, doing this.
Yeah.
So underneath there was a rug. That rug that we stepped out on, it was a rug. There was blood on it. I had walked on it, and I was like, Gannon, we probably should just throw this away and find a new rug to put out here. So
what rug are you talking about again? So the one in the garage.
Right.
Yeah.
When you step down, there was a rug. I said we probably should just throw this away. I said because we can always just get another piece or another rug, or I'll go to Dollar Tree and get a rug, whatever.
I got you.
Okay. So that was that. Okay, so then on the next section it says I replaced rug, blah blah blah. Okay, yep, bam. All right. And then it says we came in the house, and he immediately ran downstairs to the room. So then I kept going down there because his door was locked. He said he was keeping Lena out, which, again, I didn't question because they always get where 1 minute they want to play with each other, next minute they're like, get out. Okay? So then I sat on the sofa to put on the Peloton shoes because I was going to ride the bike again because my friends had said they were going to redo a later time that we could do the bike. Gannon kept coming in there saying, are you going to stay here? Are you going to stay down here? Are you going to stay down here? So I took it as if he was like excited I was going to stay down there and, just be able to run around and do whatever. But then I had to go upstairs and help Lena, yada, yada, yada. So I got on my statement, it says I was back and forth, but came back when I heard a loud noise. So there was a loud noise that happened downstairs. So of course, I run back downstairs and realized, or so I thought, was a box or something fell over in the storage room. Sounded like something was really loud in the storage room, but I assumed that it was a box. Gannon had his door locked, so I knocked on the door. Of course, I'm like, hello, because I hear a loud noise. And so he opened and said I couldn't come in. And I was laughing. I'm like, why? And he told me he was doing something. I don't remember what he told me he was building. I'm sure it was something about the Toy Cons or Joy Cons or whatever. I didn't think anything of it. Just, okay, he's building something, whatever. But there was a loud noise, and he was in his room. So then, he said his stomach started hurting a little bit or whatever, so I told him to go upstairs. I had some special ice cream. I had these Pedialyte pops. I had already went and bought them because I thought, you know, this time of year, this is when I got the cold last year, I'll take them. So I let him take the Pedia pops or whatever, and he took some Relax. So that was a normal day for Saturday. Like, you were already, going on. You probably already got the plane. We all laid down, yada, 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 right?
Right.
We're about Saturday.
Yeah. Christopher.
Sunday, all right? Sunday, we talked to you in the morning. Remember I told you, I sent you a few messages, and I was like, hey, we might go on a hike, whatever. Everyone's going to get dressed, Then suddenly we saw the news about Kobe Bryant. So then, of course, that delayed it because I'm sitting on the sofa crying, trying to figure out, like, oh my gosh, Kobe died. Is this true? Remember I messaged you. We talked back and forth about it, whatever.
Yeah, I had just gotten to the airport at Lawton when you told me that.
Right. So Gannon hadn't talked at all. I mean, Gannon didn't know who Kobe was. Or maybe he knew from, hearing it, but didn't really know who Kobe was. He just noticed that I was sitting there, crying, oh, my God, upset. And we were sitting there talking about it. So I was telling him that, hey, Kobe has a lot of daughters. He only had sisters. Gannon went over the whole, I don't want you to think any of this is irrelevant because I want you to think of anything that I say that might have triggered something.
Yeah, right. I'm listening very closely.
So then we were talking about the daughters, and I was like, yeah, he always wanted a boy, but he never could have a boy. He had daughters, blah, blah. So then I let him in on a little secret, which I already told you over email what it was. Okay, I don't need to say it again. You already know. So me and him were talking about that. He was kind of like, really? And I told him, I said, yeah, I lost a lot of babies. I said, it was kind of hard. I said, you want one thing and it don't ever happen. I felt like I was in a situation to talk again about this because we're over here upset crying about Kobe. And so I was like, I'm telling you because I know that you'll be able to pray and keep a secret. And we were like, kind of being silly about, this is a secret we have between each other. We'll tell Daddy, yada, yada, yada. So we sat there and talked about that for a little bit. So then Harley got called into work. So I was like, crap, we had everything packed, ready to go on a hike, had the Yeti, had everything. We were going to plan on staying for a while and then go get dinner. Well, she got called on a hike, so we decided to take 2 hikes. So this is where all this confusion comes with hike, Harley went, hike, Harley not went. So we took the dogs on a hike through the trails in Morrison Ranch. So if you leave out of our neighborhood, go out to the side, go up to the little whatever, you could take the dogs on a trail, come back, yada, yada. So that's what we did first. Came back, Gannon had his water pack. I'm sure you saw the pictures online from Garden of God that some other creeper people took. He had his water pack on his back or whatever, so we got ready for round 2. So hike 2 was Garden of the Gods. So then it says, Garden of the Gods was our hike 2. So we went about 2 miles in, lots of talking about things. G asked me, did I know any of his mommy's friends from Coastal? It was a random thought process. So I just figured he was trying to be curious about it. I said, and did I remember Brian? And we laughed about some new friend named Mike too. So we were just having this conversation about whoever these people were. I was like, I don't know anybody named Brian, and I don't know anybody named Mike too. I guess a new Mike or whatever. All right, so Gannon's stomach hurt, and Gannon's stomach hurt. And most of the night he had a stomach ache, and he tried to lay down and poop and stuff like that. So during this time, I'm messaging you, which you're probably tired, jet lag, whatever. It's like, hey, Gannon's stomach's hurting, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
If it happened regularly, he would get, whatever. That's when he asked me about the bath salts. still hadn't talked to you about it yet, didn't know whatever. He took a bath, and then I gave him a bath bomb because I thought maybe he just wants to be clean. Whatever. Bath bomb. I didn't know any of that stuff. So then, next section. Alright, so then the next section was, I don't remember exactly who took the bath first, but everybody had their baths. Everybody was doing their own thing. Gannon was like going back in his room. I said, okay. So then here's my next note. Alright, Albert had grounded Gannon from the switch. I understand it. He said he was still grounded, but he could get off, the next day. He'd been in his room most of the night. I knocked on the door. He said he was playing with Grayson. I ain't never heard of fucking Grayson before in my life. So again.
Grayson? He said Grayson?
He said Grayson.
Okay.
So in my mind, I thought, who the hell's Grayson? But I didn't see anybody in the room. Obviously, I weren't like looking under beds or anything like that. Honestly, I thought, does kids at 11 still have imaginary friends? Or are they talking? Is he talking to somebody online because he's not supposed to have, technology?
Yeah, right. I said right, yeah.
Giving them benefit of the doubt, I didn't say anything else. I just said, oh yeah, okay, cool. So Grace and I said hi. I laughed it off, went off about business, didn't see anything. So later on, I don't know the exact approximate time, but I saw he was on the sofa. And I was like talking to him. I was like, oh, you want to sleep out here tonight? Or
oh, what, downstairs sofa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I'm like talking to him about tonight, whatever. He told me that his Uncle Matt was going to visit. Okay, so I don't know who the hell Uncle Matt is. So I was just sitting there like, okay, that's when it dawned into me that he had to be talking to someone on something because Grayson, I have no clue who it is. Matt, I have no clue who he is. Then I was like, this can't be characters in some game because it didn't sound like some game characters. I don't know Uncle Matt and I don't know Grayson. So he was talking about his Uncle Matt was going to visit. And I thought, okay. Again, trying to be sensitive to the fact that I know that he probably has friends, family on the other part of the country that maybe he was missing or whatever. So again, I was like, boy, yeah, so again, that's my statement. So again, I was like, boy, you need to stay off that TikTok. You're being silly. Because I already told him he needs to stay off the TikTok. He was being silly. All right, so I went upstairs. He was on the sofa to watch TV. I told him I'd come back later with him because he wanted to watch something on the show, but I had to get Lena ready, and I promised him I would let him stay up 30 minutes later. I said, I was upstairs, getting Lena ready for bed, yada, yada, yada. Well, then, out of nowhere, the alarm is going off. It didn't start with anything other than the alarm. Lena had laid down. I had went in the room. I was sitting there with the dogs. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was doing something on Roku. I hear the alarm go off. So I walked in the living room, hit the alarm code in. And I was just like, alarm code. And it stopped. So I thought, who in the world, was on the alarm code? Then it beeped again. It kept going. And then it started fire. It was yelling loud, fire, 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 fire. And I'm just like, fire? And I look around, don't see any flipping fire anywhere. So as this goes on, I'm like, okay, put the foot in again, it stops. So I'm like, okay, I might get on the phone with ADT because something's wrong with this thing. Remember when we were out of town, the neighbor said she smelled gas and her thing was going off, but then they didn't find anything?
Yeah, right.
So I was thinking maybe it's something to do with this. So that was how my whole process was. So then, at that point, I was like, the carbon monoxide thing started beeping. And I ran in there where Lena was at, and I said, Lena, are you asleep? Because I knew, unless I was under some adrenaline rush, and this is not being mean, I would be able to just pick Lena up and yank her out of bed. But luckily, she hadn't fell asleep all the way. I said, Lena, because I thought I was being crazy. I said, do you hear that? It said fire, right? She's like, yes. And so I grabbed Lena, run her outside, run her with the dogs, give her the keys to the truck, throw them in the truck, and I run back inside. Run back inside, still don't know anything, and then remember, oh my God, Gannon. Sorry that for a second I hadn't remembered that because I was trying to still figure out where in the heck I was at. So I run back downstairs and realized that there's smoke downstairs. I couldn't get. I was coughing and choking and couldn't get through the smoke part. Run back to the garage. You had these little mouthpieces that you could put over your mouth.
Yeah, dust protectors, whatever.
So I grabbed one of those, put it over my mouth, ran back downstairs, and when I ran back downstairs, again, I was still asleep, not knowing this was going on, and there was I took the cover. There was a whole bunch of tons of cover that was inside that little tan thing and Gannon had on or whatever, and I just jumped on them. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. If it was the wrong thing to do, I'm sorry. But I just jumped on it and kept jumping on it, and Gannon was right in one of the covers. So Gannon did burn his arms. It wasn't bad. It was almost like, you know how you get a little bit of oil on it and it's just underneath the skin, but as long as y'all peel it, it's fine.
Yeah, but hey, Tisha, which arm was it? Both arms or this inside? I mean, but how was it? So, because I remember we talked about that before a little bit, but we never got it.
I feel like it was across the arms. I feel like it was, and I told the investigators this. I said, and I don't want to skip to this part, miss this part, but remind me that. I say this later. I told the investigators later that I said, I probably should have looked a little more in depth at his arm.
What if he's hurt? Yeah.
Because it could have been, he wasn't complaining oh, it's hurting. He wasn't saying anything along those lines, but I should have looked a little bit more in depth. But honestly, we ran. So we ran out. I'm sure they got the footage of us. Me running out first because Gannon was grabbing his cover, running out behind there because he was cold.
Hey, what time was this so I can maybe tell somebody to look at the footage?
Well, I mean, I told them originally, I don't have access to the ADT now, but I told them because the ADT said it had an alert for fire. So I would imagine whenever that alert went off from ADT, it would have been within that few minutes.
Yeah, fine, I got you.
15 minutes.
Hey, tell me about it. So I'm really concerned about these burns because he's freaking hurt. What? What were they big? Were they small? What was it? Was it from the candle wax or what?
Let me get to that part. It's not going to worry you in a minute when I get to that part.
Okay, because I'm freaking out right now. I
understand. So when he runs to the car, he runs in because I'm running. He's running behind me. I jump in your truck. The only reason I jump in your truck is the keys were laying there.
Okay.
I jump in your truck. He jumps in on the driver's side. He's screaming, crying, whatever. Lena's in the back seat with the two dogs. We turn your truck on, and we drive the hell off. Don't ask me why we drove off. I was freaked out because I was like, oh my God. It was the carbon, it was the smoke was more scary and terrifying than actually the fire. So
okay.
What we did was we drove around the block, and I kind of had to be like, okay, what do I do? A, do I need to call the police department? B, does anybody need medical attention? So then we go back in the house. Lena's freaked out. I put Lena in our bed. I said, Lena.
So you drove around for how long and then came back?
No, I drove around the block.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I drove around the block, Wando, that area.
Yeah, I know.
Pull back up in the drive. You didn't have much gas because I hadn't put gas in your car yet. You didn't have much gas.
Right.
My process of driving was thinking, oh my God, I was in shock. So I pulled back in the driveway and parked. We all get back out, go inside. Lena's freaking out, crying. Lena and I are standing there looking at Gannon. At that point in time, I didn't see anything on his hands, arms, or anything other than take your hand where you're holding your phone and look on the insides where the edges are. That part right there had little bubbly spots. Okay? So they had bubbly spots on both sides of his arm. And I think that was from when he grabbed the cover and I was trying to grab him up and he came down with me with the cover because he was latched onto the cover.
Yeah.
And I was trying to grab the whole cover to put out the fire. So from the inner parts of his arm, had these little bubble spots.
Wow.
So you said both sides, or is it just the inner parts? I'm just trying to, because this might be key information.
Like both sides, left arm, right arm.
I got you. Okay, so both sides of both arms.
From what I remember, both sides of both arms, because he had, when Gannon was laying down, I grabbed him to get him up. Okay, because I remember it was that,
Oh, God.
it's one of the covers. I grabbed him to get him up, whatever. He gets in the car, whatever, we're talking. He's explaining to me that he thought I was coming and he was grounded from the switch. So he thought I was coming.
Switch?
And when he thought I was coming, he knocked over the candle.
Okay.
Because apparently he was playing the switch when he shouldn't have been playing it, which is fine.
But he had the candle on the couch, I guess, right?
No, he had sitting on some kind of little, that little white thing that was sitting next to the couch.
Okay. Oh, I got you.
I don't know if the candle fell over. I don't know. I know that when I got there was a fire and it was on his cover. So I was trying to rip the cover out of his hands to get him up and like jump on the fire. They have pictures of where there's burn marks on my elbow where I jumped on the fire. So we get in the car and he's crying and screaming and telling me he's sorry and he don't want to get in trouble because of the switch. He was on the switch and he shouldn't have been on the switch. And so we drive around the block and I'm like, it's okay. We'll figure it out. Honestly, I flipping lost my mind because I thought in my mind, like, had I not gotten downstairs when I did, had I not heard it or the alarm system or covering outside or whatever, if I would have hit that couch, I don't know that I could have gotten to Gannon. And that was my biggest thing that my brain was sitting there like freaked out on. Come back inside. Lena's terrified. I said, Lena, go lay in the bed. She's laying in the bedroom. And I was like, he doesn't want to go back to his room. I said, okay, will you lay in Lena's bed? He said yes. He started to say he was cold and had a little bit of shivers. And so I was like, Gannon, I took him and put more clothes on top of him now. Blame it on me, whatever. I didn't take his clothes off to go through anything, but I asked him, was he hurting? And was anything else, whatever. He told me it was just his arms. So I didn't see anything that would have thrown a flag that I had to be like, oh my God, emergency or think like that. I didn't see anything like that.
But if his arms was bubbling, that's not an emergency?
Right?
Well, it hadn't broke skin. Like, it was just like underneath. It hadn't broke skin or whatever.
Okay. All right.
In my mind, I'm like, okay, let's evaluate the situation, tomorrow and see or whatever. It wasn't burn marks like carpet burn or like, anything like that. It was bubbly. And I told them from that, I said, I honestly probably could have, got him in the car and said, hey, can you just check this out to make sure? Because I was, in my mind, in his arms, I didn't see it as a bad thing. I just knew he was like, it's not hurting. We put aloe on it, and I assumed, okay. So then we put on the long sleeve shirt on him because he said he was kind of cold or whatever it was. He lays down in Lena's bed. Lena sleeps in my bed, our bed. Harley comes home. I go in, and I had already prepped Harley for what was going on. I was like, hey, don't panic when you get here. I was like, there's smoke, the house is smoky, Gannon, this happened, yada, 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 yada. Lena was scared to go to sleep, so we both went in there and checked on Gannon. We went in there, we gave him water in Lena's bed. We gave him water, we set him up, we were like, are you okay? He was more scared of anything. And so I panicked. Of course, I was like, whoops, someone said something because I said sell the couch. I wasn't talking about sell the couch to fix the daggone carpet. I was talking about, like, I would get rid of that couch and get a new couch. Don't panic. Like, my point was, honestly, I wasn't even going to tell you because I was like, Gannon was scared of being grounded in here. And I was like, I'll buy a new couch. We'll fix the couch. We'll replace everything in here. Don't worry about it. And that was my hope. That as long as you promise me you didn't do it on purpose, you didn't purposely do this to hurt yourself or hurt somebody, we will fix it. And that's how we ended on Sunday. So Gannon was still like, upset. He was not only emotional about the situation, his stomach was hurting. So that's where we were at with Sunday.
Okay.
You give me 1 second to pee.
Yeah.
What a crazy cockamamie, all over the place story. And now she's taking a pee break? That is insane. I even had a hard time following it. Anybody that's ever talked to me on the phone, you know how easy I get lost. I just drift. This woman, oh my God. Dick sent me this image. This is the white thing that she was referencing. I guess this next to the couch.
Okay, I'm back.
Right.
Earlier.
All right, so later on in the night, Gannon woke me up a few times. He said his stomach was getting worse. He hadn't pooped yet. I messaged you, but you were already asleep. And I was like, hey, Gannon wants to know if he can stay out of school tomorrow. He's scared of pooping in his pants. I think you probably were still asleep. You might didn't get it until the next day, which is not your fault, my fault. It was time zone and tiredness and whatever.
Yeah.
I stayed up with him a few times in the bathroom. Finally, I was like, okay, I wrote you back. I said, I'm just going to make the decision that Gannon can stay at home tomorrow because he is so terrified about pooping in his pants. So the next morning, I called the nurse's line and I asked the nurse's line about his stomach and giving him Miralax and yada yada yada.
You talking about the TRICARE nurses line?
No, the urgent care nurse's line right in front of Fountain and whatever that road is.
I got you.
So I called them and I said, hey, I know typically people are constipated, you give them Miralax, yada yada yada. He hasn't really went to the bathroom. He has blood coming out his butt. And so they just basically explained to do the best she could to get him to pass. And if not, then we needed to call our care provider, whatever. People started beating me up over that, saying you didn't need to have a referral to do this. That wasn't what I was trying to say. I was trying to make the point of, does the boy need to have, anything done? Or can I just give him, an enema or something like that? Because I already talked to him about that. So if this don't work, you want me to give him, an enema or something? Because it was a big old turd he was trying to get out.
Yeah.
So then, that morning, we were I said, Gannon, I'm going to stay at home with you today because I don't want you to stay by yourself. Now remember, we've let Gannon stay by himself. He's been responsible, whatever. But in this state, as in his state that he was in, not feeling well, stomach hurting, bubbling a little bit here and there, and being embarrassed, I made a decision that it was not okay for him to stay there by himself if he was sick. If he's on normal terms, taking care of his sister, playing his Switch, doing his thing, then that's fine. But I said, Gannon, you're going to need to go with me. I said, there's a few things I need to handle today. He asked me what, and I was going to look at a bike for you. This guy that was on Craigslist, because he had this bike, a touring bike, and I said,
Yeah.
you want to go with me to look at this touring bike or whatever.
And that was Monday?
Yes.
Hey, so did you give him Miralax or the enema or anything like that? What else did you give him?
I have in this notes what day I gave him Miralax.
All right.
Trying to poop regularly took, that was the bath salts day, to Saturday. He had Miralax on Saturday. Yeah, here it is. I gave him ice cream and said it had special stuff. Because I was telling him it was really those Pedialyte ice cream.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And took Miralax. That was on Saturday.
So hold on, I'm trying to just, because obviously I'm worried to death about his little arms. Did you rub any cream on it or give him anything for the pain or did pain medicine or anything like that to help him?
Even pain medicine, because I didn't have any pain medicine gift. What I gave him was the aloe that was in our bathroom, that green aloe. We even made a little silly joke about it because he wasn't hurting. Remember how I was wrapping Sadie up with the little thing?
Yeah.
I wrapped it around his arms too.
Oh yeah, the little bandages or whatever.
So I put the green aloe on it, and I said, we'll do you like Sadie, and we laughed about it.
Yeah.
Laughing about it, being silly. Yes, it hurt a little bit, but being silly about it on his arms. So he, you didn't give him any children's Tylenol or anything? didn't give him any kind of, he wasn't saying that he was hurting in any kind of pain to give him any kind of Tylenol, to give him anything at all. And if you feel like that would have been a lapse in judgment on my part, then I'm sorry.
No, I'm just trying to sort through it. I know how both of them are about, every time they scrape their finger or something, they want a Band-Aid. So I would have just assumed that if his arm was all bubbled up.
Yeah.
Did his arm stay bubbled up like until the next day, or was that did that go down that night, or how, like, that's worrying me too.
Okay, so to get to the next part, Gannon started to peel it.
Wait, like when? When did he start to peel it?
Gannon started to peel it because I guess he was either asleep, I don't know, anxious, I don't know. Monday, he started to peel it, like peel his skin.
Yeah, like Monday morning or whatever.
Again, I swear to Jesus told detectives this. I said he started to peel it. When he started to peel it, it had like, I don't want to say like, not gooey stuff or whatever, but it's almost like it was like popping it type thing. And I said,
oh yeah, like a blister or something. Yeah.
I said, listen. I said, if it gets worse, we're gonna drive straight. And I was already to plan. That's why I didn't go to school. I said, if it gets worse, after I put all that stuff on there, whatever. I'm not that type of person where something happens immediately, run to the hospital. You and I've had that conversation before where you would say, like, every little thing later ran to the hospital. I was trying to evaluate it to see, as long as he was talking fine, normal, acting normal, I didn't see at that point in time that he was under any kind of pain.
I got you.
Or say that to me.
Okay, all right.
If that was a lapse in judgment on my part, I apologize. But he started to peel it because, obviously he starts to peel things. So along with peeling that, he started peeling his fingernails. So, and I'm like, that morning, I sent you a picture of Gannon laying in bed on Monday morning to your phone.
Yeah, right.
Gannon was laying in the bed, whatever. I went back in there, checked on him, gave him some more water, made him drink some more Pedialyte, because he wasn't eating because he was so upset. And that's when I noticed he started peeling things, like on his arm. And I said, and at that point in time, which I told you, like I told them, Gannon had blood that was on his arm and on the side of his wall. I guess from sleeping through the night, whatever it was, peeling it. Because we toted him back down to his room after Lena decided to go back to bed.
On the side, you said on the side of his wall? You never told me that.
No, I told detectives this.
Oh.
You never talked to me about this.
Okay, fair, fine. This is new. I've never heard that before, so now I'm even more worried about him.
So they should have told you this. So then
They should have told you this.
I went in there that morning, sent you a picture. I said, Gannon, why do you have blood on your wall? I was like, it wasn't a lot. Don't panic. It wasn't like.
Oh, so it wasn't like a lot, like all over the place? It was just like a little streaks or something?
I said, Gannon. Says, did you peel those things? Yes, he did. I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to re-bandage your arm. I says, and if you're feeling bad or it starts bleeding, you get a fever, anything like that, I says, as soon as because I was going to go talk to the man about the bike.
Right.
He says, I have to go there first. You want to go to the hospital now? Of course, maybe I shouldn't have asked the kid that, but based on my judgment and what I was seeing with him, I didn't think that he needed to go right away. We went on about our business. And I said, if you start to feel any pain or hurt or whatever like that, we'll just drive to the base. We'll explain to them what happened with the fire. We monitored it through the night, so on and so on. That was our intent. That was the plan the whole time. Everything. Nothing wavered from doing that at all. Gannon asked me questions. He was just like, why does this happen to me? Why do I always get hurt? Because, he had hurt his foot on the boards outside. And I said, Gannon, we're going to figure all of it out. Don't worry about it. We will replace it. Okay? So Monday morning, after all this, I was like, Gannon, we're going to go find, which I probably shouldn't have said to him that he would have known that it was on him. But I said, we're going to go find someone to replace the carpet. He says, and then we'll get it fixed. We won't worry about it. We'll monitor your arm through the day. Yada, yada, yada. So we're going to go get some coffee. Just hang out. And I said there were some things I need to get for the pet store, and we need to go meet the guy about the bike. Plan was, that's the reason we drove the truck, because if I end up blocking the bike, I was going to put the bike on the back of the truck.
Yeah, I got you.
And it also knows that when we left, we took my softball bag, Charlie's softball bag with that, stuff like that in it, helmet, because I was asking him, did he want to stop by to look at those hockey skates? So we took any of that old equipment that I had, and we loaded it in the back of the truck, which was the long Easton bag I have.
Yeah. So you took Harley's bag?
Charlie's bag, because she don't use that bag.
The little book bag, the softball bag that's like a book bag.
Right.
Oh.
So we were going to take it to a sports place and see if they did like trades, whatever.
Yeah.
We were going to surprise Lena when she got home if I could got him 2 new things of skates or hockey skates or whatever. Cause
You talking about Play It Again Sports over there
Right.
that we went to?
That's why we were so far across town.
I gotcha.
All right, so that was our plan for Monday. Go to Play It Again Sports, get some coffee. We needed to get gas, and we were going to monitor his arm along the way. Go check on the thing about the bike.
Right.
We go to, drive around. I think we went to Dunkin' Donuts first, and then the gas store, or it might have been by its first.
Like over by our house, Dunkin' Donuts.
Went to Dunkin' Donuts by our house. Dunkin' Donuts Sharon lady already released the video of us going there. You can see my arm reach out the window. If I can grab. Sorry, I didn't mean to say effing. I'm just over all this. Grab the coffee out the car. Then I turned around because I was about to get Gannon a Frappuccino, but he said he didn't want any. So then we drive off from the Dunkin' Donuts. So then we drive off from the Dunkin' Donuts and we go up. I turned 87 somehow, but meant to turn on 25. Needless to say, I went up the bottom.
80? You mean 85?
Yeah, 85, 87. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
And I went up towards Nevada, which is where like Holly gets her eyelashes done, that type of area.
Well, like past? Wait, you talking about past Walmart and all that? Like not towards Fountain, the other way, right?
For the roads. Okay, remember when we went to the recycle at before and the road split?
Yeah, way down there, close to. Yeah, okay. All right, but that's towards Walmart. Turn. Yeah, okay, I got you.
Okay, so that's the route that I take, which I'm sure they had because I'm not hiding anything from or the GPS that I took. So I went that way first, and I realized I was like, oh crap! I was like, I probably should have got on the other exit because I really didn't know. Lately, I've been trying to find my way around, like what exits to get off of, things like that. So I get off and realize, like, oh, this is the way to where we went to the recycle thing at. So I just kept driving and it ends up making a curve and turning you back to 25, Nevada, and all that. And I was like, oh, there's the Petco. I was going to go to PetSmart, but we ended up Petco, so whatever, same thing.
Petco? You went to Petco like way over there?
That's the only Petco there is.
I don't know. The only one I know is the one we went to by Target that one day.
That I knew Harley's were?
Yeah, that's PetSmart though, isn't it?
Right, that's what I was saying. I
got you.
I was going to go to PetSmart, but I went to Petco.
I got you.
So I go to Petco and walk inside. Gannon wanted to stay in the car playing the Switch. He was like, you want to stay in the car playing the Switch. Again, Colorado law is he could sit in the car at 11 years old.
Oh, so he took his Switch with him.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. He had his Switch, playing his Switch in the back of the car.
You talking about a truck, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, in the back of the truck.
Okay.
So he was playing his Switch in the back of the truck. Well, I went in the first time and yada, yada, yada. I was going in because Sadie has been having like I don't even know what it is. She needs to get her vet paperwork so I can get her checked. I didn't know girl dogs have like periods or like stuff come out. I didn't know this. So I walked in and found these little pads that they had. And I'm like looking at them, whatever. And I set the phone down because I'm like, and my mind is so blown that dogs have this. So I'm like looking at it, freaking out, thinking, okay, should I get these or should I just call it a pet? The vet, maybe it's just something weird coming out of her body parts or something like that. Whatever it may be. So then, go back up to the front, look around. I look out the door several times. And these people I know have said, she was suspicious looking out the door. I was looking out the front door just to make sure nobody was at the truck because Gannon was in it. That's all. It was just, he was in the truck, and what if he needed to get out pee, or, whatever. That was the only reason I kept walking back to the freaking front door just to make sure he was fine. He was in the truck. So then I get 3 outfits. God forbid I got 3 outfits and only had 2 dogs. Because, of course, this is what these people talked about. I got 3 outfits, checked out, walked out, got in the car. From there, we were going to go to the play against Ford.
But wait a minute, why were you so? I'm kind of confused because like you said you were worried about him getting out, but like we've gone to the gas station and like he's never tried to get out of the car. So what was I don't know, maybe that's nothing, but what made you freak out that day?
Parked on the front row. I was parked a little bit off, so like if he needed to get out, use the bathroom, or he was looking for me, or whatever.
Okay, all right, yeah. I was just, that kind of was weird because like he's usually, he does what we tell him, stays in the car. But anyways, go ahead.
Hey, but not Albert. Exactly, he does. Just like I told you, he could have stayed at home on a normal basis, but he wasn't feeling well.
Yeah,
so I was
fine. I got you.
What if you had to poo? Whatever.
Yeah.
I was just trying to be a good parent. That's it. It wasn't no.
I know.
Looking in the car.
I got you. It just was weird that you said that, but it's okay. I'll just go ahead.
So I went on, got the things, checked out, left. I don't remember if we were stopped at another store in between there or what. We were headed to go to the Planet Against Sports, and we were headed to go talk to the dude about the bike. Well, they had my phone, so they can see that the guy wrote back about the bike with the pictures. And I was asking about prices and yada, 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 yada. And I was like, I didn't want to go to the man's house with the bike, without I wanted it to be legit, I got me in the car, and I only had me in the car, I got Gannon in the car. So I thought, I need to, what I'm saying? Like, I need to make sure this is legit. So I'm like, send me a picture of the bike. Can you call? Can you whatever? And like, he wasn't acting like, he was wanting to like give me information that he could meet me at a safe spot to go look at the bike.
So you weren't going to go to his house or something? He was just going to meet you in general?
I told him messages that I didn't want to just go to some random person's house, and that's probably why they're looking at this whole Douglas County thing, because he lived almost at Douglas County.
Okay, yeah, that does sound sketchy. That was probably a good decision, so.
Yeah, so again, in an open book with them. They took my GPS and everything. We got to Douglas County, and me and Gannon was talking about it, and he was like, "Do you know this guy?" And I was like, "Well,
so wait, I missed the part. You said so you went to Petco, but you said you were going to play it again. Did you never go to play it again? I forgot.
We never make it to play it again. That was on our agenda, but we were trying to go for the bike first.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, it was a priority first. Okay, so I was gonna go out to meet the guy with the bike, and somehow they have my email. They subpoenaed all that. They can see that information coming from the Craigslist. Okay.
Oh, it was Craigslist.
So someone had something on Craigslist.
Oh man, that's sketchy, isn't it? Yeah, I don't trust that shit. You there?
You went and bought wood and stuff on Craigslist.
Yeah, I mean, for you to do it, and Craigslist, I never trust that shit because they always have those sketchy people doing,
Craigslist.
I don't know, stupid stuff like meet and greets and stuff. You always told me about that, remember?
She was doing it too.
Yeah, but like this was just a bike for sale.
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm worried about you and my son's safety. That's what that's
my point. That's why I realized. I said, well, we rode through. Okay, so when you go up Palmer Lake heading to Douglas County or whatever, we went that way. It was supposed to be that the guy had a warehouse somewhere between the Palmer Lake area or whatever.
What, warehouse of bikes or something?
He said he had a couple bikes that he used to do riding and touring and stuff like that.
Like those bikes I was looking at doing those rides, like through Alaska or whatever?
Right.
Okay.
So, get out on this road. So, if you're on, I want to say it's exit 165 or 163. Okay, I think that's what I want to say the exit was.
Oh, on 25?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you know how you're going to before you get to Castle. Oh, it's where we went to take the Remember how traffic is backed up? You can take that back road.
Oh yeah, before you get to like 182 where the outlets are or whatever.
You can take that back road.
Yeah.
The Castle Rock.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so it was off that, but to the right side, not to the bougie side where like the boonies and stuff was at. It was off that way to the right side. So I originally got off, and again, they can see this on my GPS. I got off, I went left, and went down that little hill where the little people were at, and I thought, this can't be the right way, because he was saying something about signs and all this. Turned around at the little, I don't know, woods or whatever, came back up, went across the street, realized it was on that right side. I think it's called like Palmer Lake or something like that. Supposed to be looking for this place, still didn't see it, and then it ended up being like all mountainy and dark. I say dark, it wasn't dark in the day, but like, you know.
Yeah, like woods and stuff, yeah.
We turned around, left out of there, and I was like, well, this doesn't even look too great. Again, let them go search that area all they want to. They're barking up the fucking wrong tree because all we did was went through there looking around and trying to figure out where this warehouse was supposedly at.
So you were in the truck or out of the truck?
We're in the truck.
Oh, you had me worried. I'm like, you're out of the truck in the woods looking for a warehouse?
No, it was just driving through there. It was like down, around, up, around. You know, Colorado has all these mountains and shit like that. So I came back out, got back on 25, and was like, crap. I was like, I don't even like think that was a good place. Me and Gannon was like, why can't we just go buy it in the store? Don't they have them at Walmart? You know, and so we were like talking. I was like, yeah, I'll just figure out another place to get a bike. Because the whole thing was I was going to buy you the bike and surprise you for Valentine's Day for it. That was like the whole shebang.
Yeah, I would love that for sure.
At this point, we never got to play it against sports because it was approaching the time that we needed to be headed back.
Okay.
So I said, Gannon, I'll just come back and go to play it against sports again later. Don't worry about it. Your daddy and I have been talking about getting hockey sticks. So we come back up, heading back towards the house because, we had to get back to Orlando. Oh, I forgot to tell you a point that we left that day because I put my notebook down.
Her
Let me go
notebook
back to
down?
this.
She got notes for the
On
call?
Monday. Okay. On Monday.
If you would want to take afternoon recess. And
Holy
long ways to go on this.
shit!
It's 3 o'clock. Do you want
Yeah. How much longer do we have to go?
50 minutes?
That had crossed my mind, so.
So we got about another hour to go.
Oh, yeah, no, we'll take a break now. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break until about 3:20. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at that point in time, we should be able to start on time. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Yo, I feel like agitated and like on edge listening to this woman. Holy craps. I DM BL because I was like, did dad know that the wiretap was going on? And BL says yes. So like, I understand, I guess it makes sense to be like, just keep this chick talking, let her bury herself and type of shit. Because I'm really patient. Like I can be a really patient person, but I have my limit too. And so especially when it comes to my kid, like after a certain point, you gotta say something like, what the hell?
You can all be seated. Record should
What
reflect
are you going on
has
about?
left the courtroom. We'll take a recess until 3:20 then.
Holy crap.
Issue we're gonna talk about. Okay. All right, then we'll see everybody back at 3:20. Thank you.
All rise.
Whew. That is bad, man. The judge turned off his camera, so I don't know. If he ever turns it back on, then I'll flip it on. But since he's not on, I'll just leave it off. Have more screen space. That was agonizing. And so I wonder the next call. I mean, the next hour, is it still the one call, or is it a combination of the other calls or something? So bad, man. Now she's showing her face. Does she think the camera's off or something? Wow. So we gotta talk. I honestly, as I'm listening to this, I'm like, yo, the break. I'm actually gonna take a break and walk away. I was like, I don't even want to talk now. I was so bad and like frustrating, almost kind of aggravating too, to just to hear somebody whining about bullshit when you know that the kid is dead, and then especially the burn stuff, like just like, oh yeah, it's bubbling. So, and I'm almost like inclined to think that maybe she burned Gannon with that candle. I mean, it's just disgusting.
Oh,
I really wonder, and what kind of like what she did.
Dave, I see you looking longingly over at all our binders over here.
What's that?
See, he's looking envious at all our binders over here.
Yeah, it's old school stuff.
Wow, dude. Yo, for real. Dick said I want to drink. I'm on detox too, man. I'm like keeping clean to like so I can I don't know. Maybe by the weekend I'll have a drink though. But I want to be like fully on go for the trial, for the long streams. I want to make sure like there she is. Make sure I'm up early and good to go for the long streams. But yeah, that shit would drive you to drink. Wow. And it just makes you flashback. It makes me think to like when people are telling these bullshit stories. I've had people like that. And they're just winding and taking you over the fence and around the house and under and go. Like you could just get to point A and they're taking you all the way around on this winding path, inconsistent path that contradicts itself. Holy moly. Let me get the super chats real quick, and then I guess we can go over some of the messages. Dig sent me a flood of pictures of text messages, and so maybe we can go over some of this stuff. I think they're taking, is it a 15-minute or 20-minute break? Something. Okay. Be Real, thank you so much for the membership. Thanks for covering justice for Gannon. Mandy, thanks for the super chat. If you can't beat Trump, then arrest him. That was from earlier, 2 hours ago. Carrie, thank you so much for the super chat. Mel, don't burn your bird. Oh, yeah. I've read all this stuff already, I think. Connor's mom, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Jane, thank you for the super chat. Jane A says, no wonder she's plugging her ears. Yada, yada, yada. I'd be embarrassed to listen to this also. Whatever. And if somebody in the chat had mentioned earlier, too, they were like, the whole yada yada and whatever, she's probably skipping over some crucial information. I've kind of learned too, sometimes in talking to people, especially these little scammers that call sometimes, they'll try to like glide over like the important shit or like important details, or even somebody that's like trying to get your money, these people are calling you and like trying to get something from you. They'll try to like quickly just blah, 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 like just mumble some shit. You're like, hold up. Repeat that again? Can you say that again? Like, take it back. Astastic, thank you so much for the super chat. Cherry, thanks for the super chat. Says my donation toward the headache medicine you must need from the phone call. Lilac, thank you so much for the super chat. And Sam says, fun for new ears. All right, so we're gonna try to see what are they trying to do a copyright on? Oh, some other video. I'm gonna have to double check that later. All right, let's see if I can pull up the screen. I had all this. Let's see, does this work if I pull it up here? Not yet. Okay. So we're gonna do the screen. I also wanted to give like a special thanks to Amy. Super kind. She's been helping out with information, like a few other people, when she sent a really nice PayPal. So thank you so much. That was really kind of you. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. Thank you for covering Gannon trial. So she sent a really nice PayPal. Thank you so much. So let's do this. Honestly, there's so many texts that these people had that like I could even do a whole video on this thing. But let's see if we can cover. All right, so I'm going to show a portion of this. Let's see. If it'll let me. Okay. I wish I could zoom it in. So this is the.
Jack, how are you gonna wake us up?
Oh, Lord.
Ah, your secret candy stash.
Mike.
Oh, yeah. Judge Findorf keeps a secret stash of candy. She doesn't.
All right, we could do that for now. He said something about a friend. Bath salts are dangerous. He asked me yesterday, were they the same as salts? I told Harley, and she was like, Mom, the bad ones. And I just told him, no, bath bombs weren't the same. I'll ask him why he asked you. And the kids need to stay off TikTok. Okay, is that bad? And he said, don't worry about it. He was just asking to see what they were. So she's like trying to implant shit. And I guess in this guy's head about bath salts. This, I think, he came in the room asking me about it last night, and I gave him a bath bomb. He took 2 baths. I just thought he was dirty from pants. It's fine for baths. And if she has them saved in here, this is Letecia's phone, and I guess she posted these online, I guess, and she has them saved in here as Albert boyfriend. I'm not sure why. Maybe there's multiple Alberts in her phone. St. Elmo's fired. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says you deserve every bit you can get. Just listening. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, you can, any of my personal friends that like know me, that call me and stuff, I always drift on the phone. If I had to listen to this woman, and I really would have, I know why he's listening because the line's tapped, but I would have snapped. I seriously, I'm like, what are you talking about? What the hell are you? He says something about, oh, did we read this already? Yeah, we did. It's the same thing. Okay. He is talking about a friend that brother has a car and doing a sleepover. Same kid that asked about bath salts. Absolutely not. I haven't ever let him do a sleepover, and he will not do a sleepover. We don't even have bath salts. It's like the one in the bathtubs. Yes, research it. This woman is sick. She's like implanting shit about his child, about Gannon. She's implanting stuff into this guy's head. And these text messages, let me see. When was exactly, was this before, like right before the murder, or when was text? Bath salts. That is evil, man. That's like some messed up, conniving shit. It's bad. It's kind of like meth. I think when they use them for drugs, it's deadly. Imagine you have a step parent or somebody watching your kid, and you on travel for deployment, and you're getting some crazy ass messages about bath salts. Like I couldn't even imagine somebody trying to tell me about my Maddie and bath salts. You nuts? I mean, Maddie's 6, but seemed like a sweet kid. Even the whole part where something about like that, like Gannon was in the truck and like she was worried about him leaving or escaping, and he's like, "What the hell? Are you like? What are you even talking about? Like, if you tell him to stay, he stays. Like he's not gonna run. He's not known to do that. Why all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? That's some evil shit. Who knows what else this woman did behind the scenes, right? What kind of manipulation? What kind of shit she was telling this kid?" And that candle video, which was weird, I almost think we should watch it again just to get it now with a little bit more context. It never said the date, but supposed to be the same weekend. Okay. That candle video, who knows if this crazy ass psychopath burned him and then coming to him recording, talking about don't do that again. He doesn't know what's going on. Maybe he's just confused, gaslighting to the max. Promise you won't do that again. Promise it was an accident. Maybe she's trying to tell him that she burned him by accident or something. That is so crazy. Supposed emails from February. Tisha, you don't understand. On top of Gannon being missing and have no information, I cannot see or find my family either. Every move I make, I feel like someone is looking over my shoulder, and you know I hate that. I just want to be home with my family. I asked the media lady to think about letting me do a Q&A so I can say some words that only me and you would know or understand. Please be listening for that so you know my heart. A little harder to read, but I can see from your emails that we are on the same side. We all just want Gannon home. That's my main focus, but this is so hard without having you to talk to and snuggle at night. After these long days, I'm working on the media Q&A. Don't know if it will happen yet. I hate the media. I want to give you whatever I can to solve this dilemma. You know I always have given you everything you wanted. I was able. Uncle Jeff is leaving for his flight like 11ish. So can we talk then? And so these messages here, let's see if we have time to get through these. I'd like to get through these at some point. This message and others posted by T's family tells us about the poop incident. So that they reference the poop incident here. Okay, he was baiting her, or what we suspect, or she faked them. Okay. Let's see if we have time to go through these. I don't know if we have time. Might have to do it another time, or at the end of this, towards the end of this trial today. Well, we have like 2 hours left, I think, for the trial today. They made her sound concerned in KKTV. 90% of the interview was about her. It doesn't matter. I just hope and pray they find this young man. All about clearing her name and her daughter being handcuffed while this baby is missing. True. So make sure you guys, I have a playlist. It's in the description of this video. It's going to be in the description. I want to make sure it's in the description of all my videos. But the playlist has the affidavit video that I did, which has a whole, but it's like 30-some pages. The video is like an hour and a half long. Like fills you in on a lot of details. So if you're bored one day, you want to kind of catch up a little bit or familiarize yourself, check out that video. I also did a video with the interview of Letecia, which is what they're talking about here right now. That video is about 20 minutes long. If you haven't seen that video, it's on my playlist as well. It's on my front page. Check that out as well when you have time. It's hard all the way around. While the baby was missing, a lot of people spent their time being a judge and accusing others. I don't understand why people keep using him in the past tense. This innocent baby is still missing. It's not that serious. Some people talk that way. How is it not that serious by talking about someone still being here or no longer here? I think it's very serious. Oh, damn it. Did I lose my place? Okay. Hold on a second. This person, so by the way, let me give you some context. Okay. These conversations, I should have said this. This person, Deborah, that is Letecia's mother. Okay. This person here. So this person that said, oh, so it's hard all the way around. People are spending time accusing and being judging. That's Letecia's mother. Okay. See how that context. Okay. Anyone else notice only her family talks about him in past tense? Or is it not that serious like they say? It's not her whole family talking in past tense. It's her talking in past tense using their accounts. That's what I heard too. And maybe at some point we'll call Diggs or somebody. That there's like, they were saying that supposedly she was logging in on her own family's accounts and stuff and making posts. Letecia? I don't know. Here's Deborah again. A chaplain's vehicle pulled up and two men went inside. I just saw that. Saw the video from Fox that someone posted. That's normal, especially military. Positive thoughts from me. Aren't you the mother or the stepmother? Yes. Positive thoughts from everyone. The whole world is praying. I think we just saw that. This is totally insane. And Christine, oh, you know what? I don't want to miss this thing. Hold on a second. Let me just make sure. Okay, they actually muted they muted the audio. So I'm just gonna turn on the audio so when they come back and start playing it, we can hear it. All right. Audio's on WebEx. Okay. All right. So whenever they start playing the audio again, we'll pause this. This is totally insane, and Christina must be a friend. It was literally just posted from Deborah's account about their hike and eating at Burger King. So how do you explain that? I haven't posted anything. I'm confused. Their screenshots are posted above. Oh, Lord. Who posting this stuff? One of a narcissist trait is that they have to try and make people think they're the good guy, I'll start referring to T as Joe. Oh shit. She never took him to the doctor. She stated that in the post she made on her mom's Deborah page. Harley was on the hike with the dogs, then went to work. They were two the same day. If you shared it, it would be a shared post, not one your account wrote. That's the process for any urgent care visit to get nurses line approval. If you aren't going on base, how would you know unless you are the mom? I have a spouse who served 27 years, and that was the process. But yet, it was stated you took him to the doctors, that you called the nurse line. Which one is it? I don't know what's going on here. I didn't realize there were two hikes. News never disclosed that. They messed up so much info, causing hysteria. Easy mistake. It was stated in your long ass post that you called the nurse line, not T. Letecia. I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. You can walk into the urgent care or ER. You don't have to call a nurse's line. We're military as well. I don't know if this is stepmom or stepgrandma. All I know is valuable time is being wasted. Get off Facebook. Stop worrying about what everyone thinks and go help bring this baby home. It's cold and scary. He needs to hit his meds. It's time for him to come home. That's part of that conversation. Oh, this is where they talk about the constipation part. Let me check real quick what we got going on. WebEx. Okay, they're still coming back to the courtroom. All right. Rachel, thank you so much for the super chat. This is only this is only day 2. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to think of like longevity. This could be potentially 8 weeks. This is only day 2. I don't think I think the court is moving pretty fast. Like, they're not, it's very like no frills, kind of like boom, boom, boom. The lunchtime, the break times are pretty organized and quick. There's not a bunch of like, I don't know, so far like objections and stuff. It's moving, I think, pretty quickly so far. I mean, we'll have to see. So I don't know, maybe it won't be that long. Miyu, thank you for the 7-month membership. Amazing. Thank you, man, for all your hard work. Diggs and Mo. Yeah, Diggs got a lot of information on this case. MBL and Amy and I don't know who else I'm forgetting. Quite a few people. Constipation doesn't require a visit always. If the nurse says it's okay, then powder laxative is called in. Which depends. You can get a lot of that stuff over the counter, but honey, I would so fast, but I'm in VA and the spreading the word here. False. I'm a military spouse. I can take my kids to any urgent care. I'm sorry that was for Deborah. I don't know why I tagged you. So do the detectives know where were the 2 hikes, or should I just go ahead and call that in? No harm done. Call in the doctor appointment too if you do. Oh shit. I would assume they don't know because 1 hike is all that was ever mentioned by SM on the news interview. It was constipation. Only needed a called in medicine. Why are you guys so mean? You're attacking someone. This isn't kindness. Let me put this plainly for you to understand. Your daughter just used your account to post a statement. Then she deleted it. Huh? We all got pictures of the post she made on your page. So now we question if it's you, Deborah, or T. But this looks like it's from the Deborah account. Oh, no, she's replying. My bad. She's replying. That's why it says that. Okay. So forget about this Facebook stuff. So now we question if it's you, Deborah, or T. Do you understand? Maybe change your password. My ex is military too, even if I forgot mom brain to call first. Deborah says, no, I was trying to post on the family page, the same one she posted on our local page. Hello, Galax, if you know what that is. Maybe she meant Miralax or whatever. I don't know. It's a different brand. Your daughter stated that Harley was not on the hike Gannon was on, but your granddaughter says she was. So which is it? Oh. So this thing, it's kind of like a peer into the past of like the mess of shit that was going on. There's people that have been here, day one, like covering that story. And so they went through this whole jambalaya back then. And now we're kind of like looking back and seeing the mess that was. And I guess that still is. Deborah says Harley went with the dogs and then left. They took dogs back and continued. North Carolina border, south of Christiansburg. Just to help us all out to know it's the actual grandma, oh God, and not stepmom, post a picture with a fork and we will all chill. So that back then there was a lot of like things going back and forth of people thinking like, this is not really, okay, I think they're coming back now. Here we go. Okay.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Judge, it might be a good idea when we're playing this one because it's so warm. I might stop it after about 30 more minutes, give jurors a chance to maybe stand up and then pick it back up just so we're not falling asleep, just so you know.
That's fine.
You would? Were you not enough?
It's a little better now than it was when we first started.
Yeah.
It's not quite as hot, but I don't know why, but it is warm in here.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
All right, so they're coming back. Thank you for
Yeah,
all those
it's
messages.
a little cool, but it's still hot. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Letecia posted under her mom's name.
Refrigerator that I have is warmer than my chamber.
They're saying Letecia posted under her mom's name and her own daughter's account.
Just like right
Mess.
now.
I will tell them about the 520 snow.
What?
I will tell them about 520 snow. I forgot to do that once in May, and we had all that snow and had to continue. The courthouse was closed, actually.
Yeah, they terminated her? Oh, shit. Oh, Lord almighty.
Oh, wait.
SW 4x4. How scared is Harley as this is her real
Okay.
mom? I don't know. I really don't know. Her testimony should be interesting. I don't know how she feels. I'm curious. I heard she has a YouTube page and I think she has a TikTok.
All rise for the jury, please.
Letecia. I'm so curious to say Emil's fire.
You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Before we start or resume playing the, before we resume playing the audio that we were playing just a few minutes ago, I know that there is perhaps a weather change that is on the way, and I wanted to let all of you know the best way to find out whether or not there's something that's going on with the courthouse, 520 snow. And it will have on there if there is, if the courthouse is closed or if it's delayed, and I don't anticipate that. I'm just telling you, so that if it becomes an issue, that's the fastest way to find out. And we'll leave it at that. And I'm giving you that warning because I one time forgot to do that in a trial in May, and we had 18 inches of snow overnight. And I was going, really? Anyway, so that's where and then I think what we're going to do is we're going to play, we've got about an hour of audio left to go. We're going to play about 30 minutes and then we're going to stop the audio and we're going to do sort of a 7th inning stretch and have everybody stand and stretch and things like that. And then we will finish out the audio. So, Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. And just for record keeping purposes, we're playing People's Exhibit 35, which is that pretext call on February 13th, 2020 at 1:11 p.m.
Yes.
When Gannon and I left, we found someone in the neighborhood who was working for the Lorson Ranch people. So this is why I came back to you and said I didn't think it was the carpet guy. I say working for the Lorson Ranch people. I don't know who he worked for.
Like whatever that Emory Homes or whatever it's called.
He was working for the home company. I approached the guy, asked him, could he go fix the carpet? You know, that was before we even hit the road.
So that was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I meant to tell you this. So it was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that. So I gave him the garage code because he apparently worked for the company or whatever. I gave him the garage code and told him I had money sitting on the counter because Charlie was I remember I've been playing those lottery ticket things. I would get tens because I was like, well, he can just have those tens and I'll get more money from it. That's why I had one on the lottery. Well, that's why I thought that the carpet person, you know, had access to the house, whatever. Come to find out later on, he didn't even make it there, but I'll get to that point when we get there.
Why would you give him access to the house?
Well, because he was
Yeah, but
contract like part of the people, and Gannon was with me.
okay, all right.
So I didn't think anything was a threat if the children were with me.
Yeah, I got you.
Someone was going to come in or whatever.
But that you know how I am about that stuff too, right? I mean, that's. Anyways, I don't want to stop you. Just that kind of worries me there. But go ahead. You there?
I didn't give him a code to be any kind of whatever.
No.
I was trying to get the carpet fixed so the boy could not be so upset.
I got it. I just don't like, you know how I am. I don't like people having access to our house and stuff. But, whatever. Just go on because I don't think that's a big deal. So.
Anyway, so back to what I was saying.
Sorry.
I wanted to make sure I didn't leave out that point.
Okay.
So, fast forwarding on, you know, we have to hurry up. We have to get back because I knew that Lena would be coming home at some point. The original plan was we were going to go pick Lena up. That was the original plan. To be like, hey, we're going to go eat sushi tonight because everybody been talking about eating sushi.
Yeah.
Gannon wanted to stay at home. And I was like, no, Gannon, you probably shouldn't stay at home. You still aren't feeling the best, whatever. You should not stay at home. I said, so we're all going to eat sushi. If you don't like it, you can just get rice, chicken, yada, yada. So that was our plan for the day. We get home about, I don't know what time the alarm got set off. 2:30, 2:45, whatever the bull crap is. Okay. Well, I noticed that during the time frame, I set the alarm to alarm away. And I have it from the ADT.
Okay.
When we left. Somehow, during some point, the alarm changed from alarm away to alarm stay.
What point?
I had all this, and which was on my phone that they took.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I called ADT, and I said, hey, what are the steps in alarm going to arm away to arm stay? And they instructed me that if the door was not open with a sensor, it could have been that you accidentally set the house to alarm away, and it would have went to arm stay if it noticed movement that was already in the house.
Oh, I got you.
Right. But there's a sensor on the garage door.
Right.
Okay? So keep this in mind.
There's a sensor on the garage door?
I know, on the door coming in from the garage, there's no sensor.
No, you said there was. So, there's not. I didn't think there was.
Yeah, I was saying there's no sensor. I might have said it so fast. I was saying there's no sensor.
Okay, sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
So either you can come in, you could set the alarm to arm away, and you can walk in through the garage, and it will immediately go to arm stay. or you can set an arm away and when the dogs move, and it will go to our safe. As long as that back glass door wasn't triggered and that front door wasn't triggered, it will not change.
Okay.
So
All right.
keep that in mind, okay? So this whole thing about your neighbor, he got paid $5,000 to release this video. It's a proven fact, okay? It's already been looked at by tens of thousands of people, and it's been investigated that Gannon Stauch got out the other side of the vehicle.
Okay. All right.
Shadows, movements, infrared, whatever you want to call it. Gannon got out the other side of the vehicle. Okay.
So you, okay. All right. So he's,
Go ahead, ask
he's home with you now is what you're saying. At this point in the timeline.
Yeah, so it's like maybe 2:45 or 2:30. I'm not sure exactly, but in that time frame before Lena got home, you know, I'm getting out, going in the house, or whatever. Gannon goes in, and Gannon goes straight to his room. I go upstairs because I was like, had wanted to try to get on that Peloton the other night. Didn't get a chance to. Put my headphones on, yada, yada, yada. So I'm in there. Gannon had asked me, that you said that he could go with a friend. You then text me, I don't know exactly what time, but at some point in time, you had told me, don't let Gannon go with a friend or something.
Yeah, right.
Gannon came back and said that you said he could go with a friend and come back later tonight. Again, I said, your daddy said you can play with your friends in the neighborhood, but you cannot go with some friend in some car or whatever it may be. Put my headphones back on. That was where this gets where I have completely parts of the information and not parts of the information. I hear another loud noise downstairs. Not even about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes later, maybe 20 minutes. Yes.
But I thought you said you were doing the Peloton.
No, I said I'd been wanting to go back and get on the Peloton because I didn't get to
Oh, okay.
the other night. So I had my headphones on and I was kind of like trying to get in the pre-workout mode or whatever you want to call it, because my goal had been trying to get on the Peloton every day.
Yeah, right.
So then I heard another noise again, and I was like, I pulled them off my ears. I know they're noise counseling, but I also am not stupid. I don't wear them all the way on my ears because they freaking hurt. And I was like, Gannon! Didn't hear anything. And I just thought he's down there bumping and flopping and, you know, doing his thing, whatever it may be. Still sitting there, just chilling, doing whatever. Heard another loud noise. And I thought, okay, this is it. Like, I thought he was stomping around, you know, doing crazy things, whatever. He's supposed to be going to go play with a friend. When I walked downstairs at that original point in time, I thought that guy was the carpet guy. Similarities? I didn't really remember exactly what he looked like, but I remember some of the details. Now, fast forward, you'll hear me say night after night after night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this. I thought it was the carpet guy because there was carpet everywhere, boxes, you name it. That was the loud noises that I heard. Next thing I know, I'm out, blacked out. And which I told you this.
Yeah. So what I'm concerned about with that is, did he take all those boxes and carpet with him when he left?
The carpet was already in the house.
Oh, but what about I just don't remember seeing any of that stuff when we got there. Did you is that part of what you cleaned up or whatever?
No, the carpet was, I saw it there when the police watched me take my stuff out.
Okay, but you also mentioned he had a bunch of boxes and stuff. But I mean, it's not a big deal. I was just wondering because
boxes like laid out everywhere.
Right.
I just told the detectives I thought we were getting robbed.
Okay, I got you.
I thought that was the whole point of boxes was to get robbed.
Okay, all right.
On Gannon's table, which I'm sure it had to been if it was swiped correctly, I hit my head on the back of Gannon's table. Like hard. On the back of Gannon's table.
What table? The one I made him?
Yes.
Like the back of it up against the wall?
No, as in the back of my head, and there was the table right there.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the back of the table. I'm sorry.
No, the back of my head, like his table. Okay. So from there, a lot of it was a blur because I hit my head.
I got you.
I just remember certain pieces here and there. I remember Gannon running and like jumping on the guy who I thought at the time was the carpet guy, and I thought we were about to get robbed. I just remember bits and pieces like that, trying to push him off, and all I remember now that I sit back and remember, like, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again. It was a very calm conversation with Gannon and this person. I just remember him asking questions, the same questions he asked me, they were talking about. And who do you have me on speakerphone with? Because I know you do.
What are you talking about, Tisha?
Who's listening to my conversation?
Me and you. I'm trying to figure out, like I told you the whole time, the truth. I just want the truth.
Okay, so during that time, I heard that same thing that Gannon asked me about knowing his mommy. Why do you think I've been adamant about you saying to you, oh my God, there's a piece that we're not putting together, that we're not missing, there's something different. I don't know how to put it all together, but Gannon knew something about something. And all I kept hearing him say was, do you know where Uncle Matt is at? I don't even know who Uncle Matt is.
Yeah, I never heard it. The only Matt I know of is, what's her name? Your sister.
Well, that would be his uncle, and he wouldn't know him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why when you said that 20 minutes ago or whatever, I just like, I had never heard no Uncle Matt, so.
When I woke up and like out of this state of confusion, going crazy, whatever was going on, I remember Gannon saying he will be back later.
Okay. Like Uncle Matt saying he'd be back later?
Gannon said he would be back later.
Oh, Gannon said, okay, all right.
So in my mind, I'm like, did I really like what the fuck just went on? Okay. Hit my head twice. Had to fight off some dude that I explained to them and gave them a description of the whole entire time. Okay. I have been adamant about this and about finding this person.
Is that the Mexican guy you told me about, the Mexican guy?
He was dark skinned, and I say Mexican because I assume
Tisha, you just said she. You mean he was dark skinned?
I never said she, I said he.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. It sounded like you said she. I'm hearing things again. I'm sorry.
Mexican guy, okay? I gave him the description of that, but to me, dark-skinned, I mean, their own stepfather could look Mexican.
Are you talking about Mike?
Right, and in that time, it wasn't Mike, obviously, but in that time frame, I'm trying to figure out, first, is this real life? Because I was totally, completely in shock what was going on. I thought we were going to get robbed. I thought they were about to take everything. I thought someone was trying to hurt Gannon. I hit the head. I didn't really know back and forth what to do. I was a little bit out of it. I'm not even going to lie. My body system was already weak because you know how it is in the first 4 to 5 weeks of being pregnant. That's my mind was completely fucking gone. And my mind jumped up after everything. And I said, okay, Gannon's going to be back. Gannon's going to be back. I paced up and down the stairs. During that time...
babe, hold on. Why did you tell me you got raped and now you're not telling me you got raped?
You think I want to tell you what a man done to me?
I mean, but like that first day I told you I would do everything within my power to protect you and get you the help you need for that. But that's a key part of the story. I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting it straight.
And I went for that. And that's not something that I want to be like. You think I want that blasted on El Paso News?
Okay, but this is me. I'm just trying to help you in this situation. Make sure you got what you need from that. But if I don't want to get you worked up. So go ahead.
This hasn't been hard to know that, like, somebody was there trying to hurt me and Gannon, and I'm getting knocked out of it.
I
Trying
understand.
to fight for my body, trying to fight for someone not doing something to my body.
That's why I'm just trying to make sure I know everything that happened. Remember, this is about the truth. This is not about anything but me and you and the truth. So
And I can't tell people that because then they're going to say nothing to me, call me names, and you won't even want me.
why would I not want you? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Ooh.
I tried. I didn't know what was going on. All of it was a blur, in and out, trying to figure out. I got up at one point and ran to the door and sent Lena away. Sure, anybody in a logical state of mind could have said, why didn't you give Lena a note to run to the neighbors? He knew everything. He knew everything about us. He knew our names. He knew where we worked. He knew where Ozzy worked. He knew where we drove.
So back up a second too. So just because I want to know about Gannon's well-being too. We already covered what happened to you, but you're saying that initially you told me Gannon got beat up and he took him away, but that you didn't say that this time. So please tell me.
Gannon jumped on his back. Like when he was trying to hurt me, Gannon jumped on his back. And that's clearly what I told the detective.
Okay, so what happened to Gannon in that instance? Because I got to know that.
I don't know. I just remember Gannon was on the other side. I was on where the door was at.
Okay.
Gannon was behind me on the floor and was crying. And
Was he bleeding or anything? Was it like...
know that if he was bleeding or anything.
Okay. All
I
right.
just remember, all I could barely see what was going on.
Was there any blood on the floor after you got? Do you remember anything like that?
When I woke up, there was no blood anywhere. I probably went after the second time. So when I ran back upstairs, they sent Lena away, and I said, Lena, please go get the mail. Harley pulls up. I says, Harley, please take Lena to Dollar Tree. And they're like, okay. I said, please take them now and get these items. Exactly what I did.
Did Harley notice that you were distraught or anything?
Harley was, she was just looking at me like, what in the world? I said, please just go get the items. And Harley was like, what are they? I was like, carpet spray for the dog smell and the carpet powder for the dog smell. And Lena and Harley left.
Okay. All right.
Because I didn't want Lena and Harley to come in. And there you got two more people involved in this. He's downstairs with Gannon. I don't know what in the hell is going on. I'm freaked out like if I'm in some Lifetime movie. And no matter who I called or said anything to, they're going to do me just like they're doing me now. Came back downstairs. Tried to plead with him about what was exactly going on. He had Gannon wrapped in his arm, like his arm around him, and was saying,
Tisha, hold on just a second. I'm trying to understand. So, oh my goodness. So you're downstairs and all this is going on and the guy is downstairs and you send Lena away? You come upstairs and send Lena away while the guy's still downstairs?
right, or did you want Lena to come in and be there too?
No, I'm just trying, babe, I'm just trying to understand everything because some of this is new information for me that you didn't tell me initially, so I'm just trying to process.
You wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let me sit there and talk to you.
Okay.
You treated me like a criminal.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand it, so I'm just trying to sort through all of this, so keep going. Thank you for clarifying, though.
You tried over it.
What's wrong?
I tried so hard.
You tried so hard to do what?
I was trying to protect everybody, but I couldn't get back upstairs. Once I let Lena go, I don't know. I couldn't even figure out what to do. If I ran outside the yard, what was I going to do?
So you sent Lena to the mailbox, or you sent her with Harley?
Sent her to the mailbox, and it's
Okay.
And Holly gets there, and I sent Harley a message, and I sent Harley a message quickly and said, please get Lena as soon as you get back and go to Dollar Tree. I'll explain later.
Oh, so So you sent her a message and then went back downstairs?
Right, because I was trying to check on Gannon.
But I thought you said you saw Harley when she got home.
I did. I sent her a message to let her know they both. Lena pulled up. Lena came up.
Okay.
I sent Lena to the mailbox. Harley pulled right up. Look at the camera. Since your neighbor has every fucking camera footage, he should be able to see that they came up, and I freaking sent them right away.
Well, I'll probably have to pay him another $5,000 to get him to do that, so I don't think that's going to happen. It's bullshit, ain't it?
So I went back down. It's not funny because he did get paid.
No, I'm not. It's bullshit.
So he went back downstairs. I went back downstairs, and I'm like trying to figure out, and he's just telling him that he had a new family and like all kinds of things, and I'm sitting there trying to grab Gannon, and next thing I'm on the ground again. And you can't overpower someone that put their fingers on your mouth.
And this was in Gannon's room again?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
No one tried to help. No one cared. People treating me like a criminal. When I came through, I woke up. Whatever I could say and look around and think, I thought I was in a dream. And I woke up, and Gannon was gone.
And that was the second time you went downstairs and he hurt you.
Second time he hurt me, and once I woke up from that, Gannon was gone.
Okay, so you blacked out again, is what you're saying.
Yes, because I had several times, because I was trying, what I was trying to do, I was trying inside the closet, our closet door in there. I was trying to get in there, because I was like, man, there has to be something in there that I can just like swing, whatever. I didn't know how to use the freaking big gun, so if I'd have left out from sending Harley and Lena away, I didn't know how to use your big gun, like the assault rifle. And my gun wasn't in the spot that it always was, because you know why? My gun was already in my car.
But babe, I'm just trying to understand here. You told me initially that the gun was in the house and that he grabbed it or something.
Black gun. He had your black gun. Yours.
He had my little pistol, right?
The black one, yes.
Okay, all right. Because I thought maybe I'm wrong, but I thought initially you said your gun. That's why I was confused.
No, my gun was outside.
In the car. Okay.
Your black gun. That's why I was terrified. He knew everything about us. He was threatening us. Every single thing. He knew what kind of car that your mom had drove there and stayed there the whole time in a rental car.
Hey, when did you bring your gun back in after all this happened?
You told me to go get all the guns together.
No, that was when I was collecting them. You said your gun was in the car.
No, Albert. On the phone call with me, you said go check and see and be accountable for all the guns. When I told you,
because you had stored them downstairs in those. My gun was in the. I don't know about yours, but my gun was in one of the totes. Remember, you had put it there.
Because the lady was babysitting.
Okay, so the guy had the gun and he put it back in the tote?
No, he didn't put the gun back in the tote. The gun was left there.
So you put it back in the tote?
The gun was left there. Gannon was gone. And it was like I thought he was hiding. I legit thought I was in complete shock and thought Gannon was hiding.
Okay.
I even mentioned to the girls, I go, because I was shocked, culture shock, thinking, what the fuck happened? Oh my God, like, I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I didn't get the time to even go through any of the emotions of it all to think what happened, because all I could immediately do was go into like the defense mode of being like, oh my God, okay, get the girls out of here. Okay, Gannon's going to be back by the time he's supposed to be back. Because in the end, when Gannon was leaving, I remember him asking him, was he going to take him to Uncle Matt's house? I remember that being blacked out. So Gannon freely went with him.
Really?
I don't know Uncle Matt. I'm not fucking crazy.
So he left with Uncle Matt in a car or something, or in a van, or you don't know?
That's why he left in. I just know that the whole thing started to add up
About 30 minutes, Judge.
A 30-minute break.
Well, in that case, let's everybody stand and stretch for a moment.
Insanity. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Just crazy, and somehow crying and blaming him and like, how
They want
dare
to be
you?
the way,
Like,
at least some of them.
how dare you even like question me? And like
The most comfortable.
nobody helped me, nobody cared. And then at one point too, she even mentioned that like
Right.
just something about like
You
he
know, while
stopped
this
caring
is
about
going
her.
on, you can, as I said during jury selection, if some of you need to, you can stand, you can stretch, you can do what you need to do, and that's okay.
You
So-
could see some where her anger was coming from too, because
Right.
she said something
Okay.
about like
Yep.
he
Let's
stopped
go ahead
doing
and start it
something.
again.
Gannon kept going outside with some gate. Gannon had to be talking to somebody outside of that gate. I begged the fucking El Paso County police officers to find anything on that side of the house where Gannon might have went out at night talking to whoever it was. Any cars that was parked on that side of the house. Nobody helps me.
Okay, so I'm trying to just, this is what's bothering me about this part, and I want to be real with you because we're trying to work together on this, but I went and asked all the neighbors, myself, like all like cameras in front of our house, to the side of our house, everything, to look and see if Gannon left the house anywhere from like 2 to 4, 4:30, anything like that, and no cameras have him leaving. So, I mean, I don't...
What kind of cameras? Are they like Rogers that run 24/7?
Yes, like 3, 4, 5 of the neighbors have those 24/7 cameras. So, and then some are like ours, which are motion censored.
Okay, which ones? Because we need to know which direction that their cameras are pointed in order for that to happen.
Okay, well, that's something we can look into.
No,
Okay, that's something we need to look into. So either they went out in front, I'm assuming, right?
not the front door.
So what, the garage?
I would say the garage or either out the back door because Gannon had the gate code, like the key. And he kept going out there with this key or trying to unlock it or keep it unlocked with this key.
Okay, hold on. So I understand. So now, Gannon, with all this going on, Gannon tells the guy there's a key to the gate, and then they get
No.
and bring the key back in the
No.
house?
No. Did you listen to my story?
Yeah.
The other night, Gannon kept going outside with the gate. I'm thinking that the gate was automatically left unlocked.
Oh, okay. Did you lock it back before I got home?
No, I didn't lock anything.
Okay, all
I
right.
didn't do anything unless they locked it or the police locked it because Harley
Okay.
said the police put cameras in it and locking it.
Okay,
Locking
maybe-
everything up.
We can find that out. Maybe the police locked it back up. So fair enough. So that's just all that kind of is blowing my mind. You know, he wasn't seen leaving. The key to the gate was in the house. The gun was where it's supposed to be. I'm just trying to figure it all out, Tisha. That's all.
The gun wasn't where it was supposed to be because I put the gun back in when you told me to collect them.
Okay. So, well, hopefully,
The
I
gun
mean,
was upstairs.
they got my gun now, so hopefully they can get this Mexican guy's fingerprints. So,
Yeah, would be perfect to me. It's nothing but from day one.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to get. So get all them this information. You know, I think the FBI's in on it now. So we're trying to get them all this information. Look for a fingerprint on the gun. You know, maybe they haven't looked there. Look for a fingerprint on the lock of the gate. You know, stuff like that as the little things that they may have missed, you know, during this process.
Why? Why would they have not have done that? And maybe I'm just upset by this because I feel like they barked up the wrong tree for 2 fucking weeks, Albert.
It's been 3 weeks almost, Tisha. Yes, I agree.
Bothering me.
I agree with you. I'm as frustrated as anybody because I don't know anything. And
So, do you think I did this?
Tecia Stauch, I don't know. I'm just trying.
Really?
I'm trying to help you. Okay, I'm trying to help you get the truth out there. But you've got to tell me the truth. Okay. I know.
Here's what I told the police. The only difference is I thought it was the carpet person, but once I went around because I was freaking out trying to figure out, I was like, if I could go get this fucker and bring him in, and I drove through the neighborhood, the description that I gave El Paso is exactly what I saw. But that is not the exact description that I gave to of this carpet person. So my point behind that was, I don't think it was the carpet person because I eliminated him because he didn't have craters on his face.
Wow.
He did or didn't? So, but hold on. You know what? Something. Remember how? Oh my goodness! Thinking back to this whole that trip you made for the bike. You never found the guy, right? The Craigslist guy?
Started looking creepy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't think that this Craigslist guy had anything to do with you? I mean, not you, but you know what I mean. Oh, I'm freaking out. Sorry. And you don't think that Craigslist guy followed you or just found you? Maybe you told him, "Hey, I'm driving my husband's red Frontier, and I'll meet you there," or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of anything.
Okay, so let's say it's him. What I don't like is that people are sitting here saying, well, there's nothing that shows you guys leaving. If there's nothing at this point in time, it's starting to get dark. Because in case you didn't know, in Colorado, it's getting dark around that time. Okay?
How would he not know?
There has to be something that points to that direction that shows any shadows, movement, anything.
Maybe people.
And if it didn't, it was because the ring sensitivity didn't pick it up.
All right, so listen. I want to be clear with you that I don't give a flip about social media. You know that I don't have Facebook. I'm not on there, so I don't know what these people are saying. So me and you focus on us getting to the bottom of what's going on. Okay, let's try to block out that other stuff so we can get the truth here. Man, this Craigslist thing is really driving me nuts now. Do you think that when did you go? What was the time frame you went there again? You went to Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Because they have whatever time they have me on footage. The first time at Petco.
Oh, at Petco. So after that is when you left.
Because I went back to Petco to get more clothes.
Okay, so you went. So then when did you go back to Petco after the Craigslist trip?
Yeah.
Oh. And you said the guy was already in the house before you got there, you think?
When I got there, the guy was most definitely in the house or had already been in the house waiting or whatever it may be, which is why I thought it was the carpet guy because that was the person that I gave the garage
Yeah,
code.
you gave the garage code to him. Yeah, right.
The more I laid and the more I slept and the more I kept worrying about it and thinking about it and yada, yada, yada. Gannon kept having his room door locked. I was even so terrified to think that this person even spent the night in our home.
Oh, you think he was there the whole time?
I don't know. Do you know how worried I've been about this?
I know, that's freaking me out because remember those other stories you were talking about people coming in the back door and stuff while they thought people were away? I've been going through all that in my head too.
Albert, I've done nothing but I have this book right here. You can hear it. It's like of all anything and everything that I thought of that might have been out of order, but anything.
So maybe
You think I don't want my life back? You think I don't want my family back?
I know. Trust me, me too.
I'm tired of being portrayed as one.
Okay, but you got to help me because I'm trying to sort through all this and put a good timeline together so I can tell somebody reached out from the FBI and I'm trying to tell them a timeline of what I know. Okay, and I'm trying to make sure they get the truth the first time. This lady that called me. Okay, so.
Are people not going after this? Why?
I don't know. Maybe the FBI is. I don't know. I know they're doing everything they can. Maybe they missed some things we don't know. But listen, something you told me that first day that I'm trying to figure out when did you do the, like you said you cleaned everything up?
Cleaned everything up?
Yeah, from Gannon's room or wherever you got, somebody did bad things to you or whatever.
I was just talking about like the clothes I had on and like shoes and stuff.
Oh, so you just changed your clothes and then threw them away like you said, and whatever Gannon had on, you said you threw that away too?
They got that out of the the back of the trash. It was
Oh,
a shirt that he wore that was burnt and stuff like that.
oh.
That's what I meant, like cleaned up. I didn't mean like clean up anything bad or anything. I'm just saying like I didn't want to keep that stuff on and call and police.
You told me that first day you cleaned up the whole area because you didn't want Lena to see it when she got home. That's what you told me.
Yeah, my clothes and my you want me to really go in depth about that?
Yes.
I'm not trying to make you relive anything that happened to you. I'm just trying to, there's just some truth that I'm trying to find about, I mean, if something was cleaned up or something, then, you know, I don't know, maybe.
Me, whatever you're trying to say to me, don't just be honest.
I just don't want the police to miss anything else, okay? I mean, we think they've missed all these other pieces, and then, I mean, if you cleaned up something that could give them DNA evidence on this Mexican guy, then we need it.
Took my whole DNA from this. They wouldn't let me pee. The hospital bill that I sent you was the whole kit on my body.
But tell me, why did you tell me? I just don't understand why you told me you cleaned up an area, and then now you're telling me you just changed your clothes. That's
When you're talking about cleaning up the area, I'm talking about from Gannon. Like, Gannon had, from his burn marks, there was blood on the wall and on the light switch.
So you cleaned up whatever Gannon's stuff, what blood or whatever it was, right?
Prior.
Oh, where was that at?
She don't like that.
In his room when he woke up Monday morning.
But like where? But where in his room? You did say the wall because he was wiping his fingers on the wall or something.
I don't know if he wiped his fingers on his wall. I just know his arm probably hit the wall when he was asleep.
Oh, I got you. Okay, all right. So you cleaned that up, okay? Because I never saw that. That's the first I heard of it. So you cleaned up wherever his blisters or his burn mark hit the wall. Did you clean something else up?
Light switch from where he touched it.
Oh, but that was after you showed it to me.
Yes.
Yeah, you showed it to me and Lena, and then told me that he was picking his fingernails so bad that he bled so bad. Remember?
Yes, he did pick his fingernails.
Oh, okay. So he picked his fingernails, and he picked. I'm just trying to clarify. Picked his fingernails and his blister or his burn mark or whatever.
What do you mean? Gannon picks everything that's open.
Yeah, I'm not.
Why are you acting like you're got me on some trial with this? He picks his fingers all the time.
Babe, because
It's open.
Babe, you're absolutely right about that. But I don't know why you feel like you're on trial. I'm talking to my wife, trying to figure out the truth. And like I told you before, the truth hasn't always lined up. So I just want to find out all the details so we can find Gannon. That's it.
Albert, I gave you every detail. But you were coming at me saying, I thought you did this afterwards. And Gannon bleeds all the time.
Right.
Gannon has huge nosebleeds. Did you tell him the nosebleeds from your truck is from Gannon?
When did he have a nosebleed in my truck?
Oh my God, don't even play. It's been there since Alaska. And the top part of your truck, you have his hands had blood marks on it from like a year and something ago.
Maybe. I'm not doubting you. I don't know. I just don't remember that, but that may have happened. I know he has had a nosebleed once in a while. I don't remember that in Alaska.
Nosebleeds are like in Colorado, or at least once every week or two. Every week or two, Gannon has a nosebleed.
No, she's pissed.
This is where I get angry. Like, people come up here and talk all this shit, and they don't even know him.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the people are saying on social media. I don't even bother with that. And, I haven't for a long time. But I'm just trying to. All right.
Say what you got to say, Albert.
I'm just trying to retrace some steps in my head. So the Mexican guy, did you see like anybody? I'm trying to think of this Craigslist. Did he have a picture, or did he like give you any information about him? Like, hey, I'm, other than where to find him at or anything like that. I mean, what was the framework of like how you set up that to meet him?
Everything is on my phone, Albert.
Babe, I don't know. I guess they got your phone. You keep telling me that, but I'm just trying to figure out how you went about doing this. So maybe we can. That freaking lady that called me, bugging the shit out of me from the FBI. you know, maybe that's something relevant. I don't know.
I reached out to him. They have access to my phone.
Okay.
On my phone, I click the Craigslist thing, which generates this whole like number, something, whatever the email they do to protect the people that are selling it. I had all that and access to my phone for that. I have limited access because a lot of my stuff didn't load. A lot of it weren't backed up. My emails weren't backed up. My notes weren't backed up. The only thing backed up when I logged in to the icon that it let me in temporarily was pictures. If they gave me my phone, which is mine, it would clearly have everything. And since they've done all these things, they should see this. They should see pictures of what I took with Gannon at home with me later. They should see all this shit, man. And it pisses me to fuck off that no one's even caring. Everybody's wanting to point the finger, but won't let me sit there and show you.
All right, Letecia. Okay. You told me to be straight.
I got you on the phone, and I'm trying to sit here and tell my own husband every little detail, everything. You think I don't want my family?
All right, Tisha, listen. Like I said the whole time, I'm just trying to help you and trying to keep you and Harley safe from all. I mean, these people are after me now. I don't know who the hell it is, but like I said, I had to go get my clothes changed and everything just so I could blend in better. And I want you to know that no matter what, we can work through this together, and I can help you, okay? But you just gotta let me help you. But I have you told me to be straight up. I got a very straight up question, okay? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Did you kill Gannon? I need to know. I need you to answer me yes or no right now.
I killed Gannon. The answer is no. I can't believe you asked me this.
I just got to know. You had told me to be straight up. I got to know what's happening to my son.
Tell me why you would think I killed Gannon.
There's a lot of unknowns. I mean, being straight up again, you changed your story again to me for the fourth time.
No, I changed my story.
You did. This is the fourth version of the same story, okay?
Wow.
Like half of what you told me today with the cut foot, and now he's got burned arms and picking it, and his butt's bleeding. All this stuff is new to what you told me the other day. And the other day you told me you cleaned up the area where you got raped so nobody would see it. But now you told me you just changed clothes. I just don't know what the hell's going on.
I didn't tell you. First off, you never even listened to me about anything that went on.
I did. No, you stopped because I listened to you. I listened to you, and then I went and got the guns and put them in the truck, and then I came back and me and Landon listened to you, and then I stopped and picked your story apart. So get it straight, Tisha. I listened to you, and I said, if I'm wrong about the rape, I will get on my knees and beg you for forgiveness. Did I not say that?
Yeah, but you haven't.
Exactly, because I haven't been proven wrong yet. I want the truth. If I'm wrong, if the police, no matter what they're doing, the FBI, the CBI, the CBS, whoever, okay, if they tell me I'm wrong, I will publicly, in front of the world, get on a camera and tell you I'm sorry. But until that happens, we're going to find the truth.
How can you tell me that someone didn't I don't understand. How can you tell me that someone didn't do something to hurt me and take Gannon?
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you it hasn't been proven one way or the other. You said you banged your head on the freaking table. Now I got to tell them to go check out the table and see if there's any blood or any of your...
You knew that. They had already asked that.
Okay, but that's the first I heard of it. You see what I'm saying?
Because you never would talk to me. You literally just sat here in a conversation and asked me, did I kill our child?
Yes, I did, because because if you say no, then I'll stop thinking that you did it. Okay?
That's horrible.
I don't know what to think. My son's blood, you're telling me his blood's all over the walls, and now you're telling me the Mexican guy that had the gun to your head or whatever took him away, and he knows him, and he could be anywhere.
Hold on. Gun? So where did you get that piece from?
That was so now you got me twisting all your stories up, because that was from the first time you told me the rape story, that he had a gun to your head, and you told me it was your gun. You told me, but you told me it was your gun, so that's fine. I'm not debating the points here, but
I said the black one.
okay. Okay, fine, but I mean,
You know in your heart I would never hurt Gannon.
yes, I absolutely believe that. But I'm doing everything I can to help you right now. But Tisha, listen. The thing is, if you don't, but it's not just. I asked you if you killed him. You said no, and I'm sorry. That was a hard question. But if you know anything, or you did anything, or just upset about it, we can work together, and I can help you. But I can't help you if you don't tell me anything. It's just there's so many unknowns, Tisha.
Oh my God.
I mean, did anything happen that was an accident that you're scared about?
Really?
I'm just trying to, Tisha, you know, with my Army training, I'm trained to ask all these questions to get us in a safe place, right? And that's why I took the guns out from the get-go. That's just my training kicking in.
Oh my God, I really thought, I thought out of this conversation, like I really thought you were going to be supportive of me.
Wow.
I thought you were going to bring your family back together. And I thought that we were going to talk about everything every single day of nothing but Gannon.
That's what I'm trying to do.
For a second, you would ask me, did I kill Gannon? I can't believe that.
Well, I'm glad you said no. That gives me a lot of hope and peace.
Oh, Gannon. I already told him about maybe, just maybe, you might have a brother. Maybe. We talked about, we cried about Kobe. We did a lot together.
What?
Whatever, Gannon.
Okay.
Dog.
Okay, Tisha, let me ask it this way then. I don't believe you killed him, but did something bad happen to him and he maybe he is dead or not with us anymore and you just panicked and didn't know what to do? I mean, is there anything like that? Just any information is what I need. We can help you. I can help you get through this. But but we got to know the information about Bubba. I mean, just think of,
Really, Gail?
yes, I'm just trying to figure out what happened to him. He's gone and nobody knows anything, but you were the last one to hear him speak. Okay, which was Monday when you were driving around and he left the house. The last time we heard him speak, I don't know. I don't know when that was. Before I left, probably. When I left and he went downstairs to watch Pokemon. That's the last memory I have of him.
Albert, let me tell you something. People don't have the life that I have. People don't just be a normal person, just doing their thing, finally have what they want to do and be in the sky working. Oh, they don't do that. People premeditate things in life. There's no sign or indications of anything that I would have ever hurt those children. I fought for you. I fought for them.
Yes, you did. You fought for all of us. You're right. I'm not questioning any of that, Tisha. I just did an accident happen? I mean, other than the candle or the burn? I don't know. I'm just trying to ask all the questions.
I've worked with children long enough, Albert. If an accident happened, I'm smart enough. I know what to do. I've had plenty of friends who've been in situations where they've been in the classroom. They accidentally dropped the kid. The kid might have broke their leg. You go to the people, you tell them it's an accident, and you work through it.
Okay, so all right, you also said something that was calmed my heart, tremendously about Bubba. That basically you didn't premeditate anything. So whatever happened to him had to be an accident, just like the candle. And obviously you wouldn't plan on something like that because you're a teacher and you do all those babysitting events. I know you wouldn't hurt kids intentionally, but whatever happened was an accident, and I know you didn't plan it.
I didn't have anything to do with it. Why are you saying this to me?
So he would have had to have died naturally then, other than.
And he's dead.
I don't know, Tisha.
I can't even believe you are
Because it's just none of this makes any sense. I mean, he would have been found by now. Okay, he didn't. All the cameras, all that footage shows him not leaving the house other than in the truck. And I like I said, I'm just trying to help you get through this.
Help me.
Yes, help you because.
Help me get through this.
Because I am trying to help you. I want to know what happened to Gannon and try to help you and keep Harley safe and everything that I've said the whole time because that's who I am and you know that.
See what y'all think. This is what y'all think. Y'all think somebody's gonna come in here and say something just to appease everyone. But a true person who is completely innocent, y'all can keep beating me down in the ground all you want to because I didn't do it.
I'm not beating you down.
You think you don't want me anymore? Fine. You don't want our family anymore? Fine. You took my car. You took everything.
I didn't take anything. They got all my shit too, Tisha. I got 2 cars now because Harley's not going to pay for it. I got 2 cars I got to pay for that I can't even see or touch.
I'm begging you.
No, she hasn't. That I know. So
It's everyday Albert. Why are you not with your wife? Because you want to be so honest and ask questions. Why are you not with your wife and daughter?
because I'm going to tell you the truth right now because of this conversation, Tisha. I don't know, and I've told you that the whole time. I'm confused. I'm all over the place. I can't get the truth from you or the police or nobody. And now it's just even worse now because I got another story I've got to try to make a theory from.
Another story? You have never talked to me.
But you just told me. You told me a few minutes ago and we went over it. You told me the first story. No, first you told me he ran away. Then it was the rape story. Then it was the second rape story. Now it's the third rape story.
I can't believe you just said the rape story.
I'm just. What do you want me to call it? The story of Gannon disappearing. Okay, you told me the first version of that, the second version, and now the third version.
You a second or third person.
Yes.
You sit down and talk to me.
No, that day that I got home. No, the day I got home, that next morning after my mom and sister and Landon and everybody was at the house, you told me you were texting Bethel and you told her the story. I don't know what you told her, and I kind of don't even.
Yes, you do.
I don't even care. No.
It's all there.
How does where?
My God, I can't believe you're lying to me right now.
About what? I'm not lying to you about anything, Tisha.
Albert, they had y'all at the police department when I was there.
Oh, you mean when Landon showed up and then they brought, I was already there or whatever? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's the only time I know. I don't even know when you're there. I just assumed you had finally come in that night. Or was it the next day you came in? I don't even know, Tisha.
You were there because she was talking to you there.
Who was?
Bethel?
She was talking to me at the police station?
Yes.
Honestly, most of my talking was with Mark, the other guy that was at Starbucks. So I don't know what you mean she was talking to me. I think I might have talked to her for like 10 or 15 minutes. If I'm not.
Did not tell you anything different. This is how my day went. I was going to lay down.
Hey, Tisha, I believe you. Okay. What I want you to answer for me is those simple questions.
You don't want to hear the story.
Did Gannon die and you just freaked out, or was there an accident involved? Did you kill him? Answer all those questions. Those are the ones that I want to know. Okay, I don't care about who talked to who, when we went where. Honestly, at this point, none of that freaking matters. What matters is that little 11-year-old boy is either out there or he's not, and I got to know that. And you're the only one that has any information regarding that.
I gave you that information, and you're not going to look for it.
No, but you ignored my question. I mean, answer those questions for me.
That's the first question.
All right. Did you kill Gannon?
No.
Okay. Did Gannon die on your watch, whether it was an accident or naturally from some injury?
No.
Okay. Did Gannon have an accident of a serious nature and you freak out and cover it up?
No.
So the answer is to no to all of that.
Correct.
Okay. Now this is going to be very uncomfortable for you, even more uncomfortable than what I just asked you. But did Harley kill Gannon?
God, no.
Okay, any of the same questions, did she have anything to do with an accident, a cover up? Was she involved in this at all with you?
No. I haven't been involved either.
So so there's a blank somewhere that you have not filled the blank. So.
How have I not filled the blank? So you don't think for a second that someone came in the house and took Gannon? You don't think that?
I don't doubt that. I don't know what to believe, but I'm not doubting you. I'm just having to ask all these questions. So,
I begged you. I said, hey, let us all be together. Look at me in my eyes and ask me that question. Feel it in your heart and then ask me that question.
well, but you gotta look at it from my perspective. Okay, first of all, and I got a couple things to say, so let me get through it. These stories, just like I've said the whole time, they don't sound legit to me. They just don't add up. They're not true. Something is off from every story because there's different versions. So that's number one. Number two.
I've only talked to you once.
Okay. All right, fair enough. But you got to put yourself in my shoes, okay? What the hell would you do if this was Harley, okay? And you didn't have all the information. How would you put all these pieces together? So, I mean, you got, from my glasses, how am I supposed to put all these pieces together when I don't even have a third of the pieces? I'm just trying to find the pieces and get them together.
You want me to answer that question?
Which one? The one about what if it was Harley?
Yeah.
Yeah, answer that question.
Okay. So as soon as you tell me this, when I got off this phone, I would have my husband and my children together in a home, and our houses would be praying, and we would be on the phone with the detectives, and we would be saying, listen, I support my husband, and we need to find someone over here. Somebody had to see something. Ask them again. Do something. We will be putting a fucking alert out everywhere. We will be putting a description out everywhere. We will close the fucking borders from Colorado to all of them, up and down 95, because it leads to fucking Mexico.
95? What?
That shit.
Why would
I'm
you?
sorry, 85, whatever. it's called.
85?
What's the road called? 25. This is the state that leads to Mexico.
Well, please be careful when you say those things, because then they're going to start looking up and down 95 on the East Coast. Okay?
Sorry.
And that's not going to help us. Since you know he's not over there, that's not going to help us if they get sent over there. Okay? But you didn't answer my question. How am I supposed to put all these pieces together? You're telling me let's go home and pray, and I've been praying I've been praying nonstop. Okay? But we got to have action too. So here, listen, I got to go because now I'm freaking, everybody's going to start questioning me at the house. Where have you been? What are you doing? Are you involved? I'm going to get all those questions now. So
The house? Who are you staying with?
Uncle Jeff, and then freaking Veronica and all them that are all over the place. Okay. So
Why would you have to be anywhere near them?
I don't have to be, but you saw we had to do, listen.
And your daughter.
Tisha, listen, I had to do these statements and interviews and all this shit. It's just nonstop. Every day is something else. Okay, so if you think all this information is what they need, apparently the El Paso people haven't done their job and they haven't forwarded it to the FBI. So I don't know. There's some Amber lady called me from the FBI, and I'm gonna just email you her number and her name. And if you want to pass this information to her, that's much higher than the freaking CBS or whatever you call it.
Yeah, because they've called everyone I know.
Okay, well then that's what.
You can tell them too.
Okay, but I don't have the document you have. So anyways, I'm just going to send you the contact, and if you want it, you take it. If not, I can't make you do anything. But I got to go, okay?
Yeah, but that's not how you would say trying to find your son. You would not say, if you don't want to do anything, then blah, blah, blah.
No, that's not true, because I can't. I wanted you with me the whole time, and you left. So I'm going to give you the information you need to pass your stuff along, and then you can do that, okay?
Listen to me. We don't have anywhere to stay. I'm asking you to stay with your wife and daughter, and let's do this together. Now you tell me no if you think that you don't give a shit about us and you don't want that. You tell me no right now.
Tell you no.
You tell me yes if you want your family together because you believe
I
me.
wanted my family
No,
together.
but no.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I wanted my family together the whole time. And listen, you're not letting me help you. So I recommend that you get in contact with this Amber lady because she offered me help and safety because I told her what I was going through. And I'm sure they'll do the same thing for you, especially all that you've been through with you're telling me about the social media stuff and people chasing you around. You said in the email. So I'm going to send you her contact information. Okay. And then you decide whether or not to contact her to find protection for yourself and get them this information. Okay. But I got to go. Okay. I gotta go, Tisha. I gotta go.
The question.
What question? I said I wanted you to be together, but I gotta go. Okay, I gotta go. Bye. Bye.
Wow.
Mr. Allen?
Getting Mr. Stauch back up on the
Okay, Mr. Stauch, if
Oh,
you
he
would
was sitting
resume your
there.
seat on the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Holy crap.
Allen?
Thank you, Judge. At the time of this call, Mr. Stauch, did you know the defendant's location?
I did not know, sir.
You can move that microphone closer to you if you want to, so you don't have to lean over.
Right.
Yeah, the chair doesn't move. Everybody makes that mistake, but the microphone does.
Thank you.
At the very beginning of that call, it seemed like there was a disconnect where the phone dropped or something like that. During the process of these recorded phone calls, was that common to happen where for some reason the call would drop and then either you or her would have to call the other person back?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was. And yes.
There were some references in there where you said you were feeling heat and that you went up to up on the north end to buy some, I think you said redneck clothes in that. What did you mean when you were saying that you were feeling heat and that you had to go buy some redneck clothes?
So much of this call and many other calls, I was trying to, if you will, stay in character, just keep, I call it keep her on the hook. So saying things that I knew that we had joked around or talked about in the past. I did, in fact, go to Bass Pro Shop and buy some additional clothes because at one point I didn't have all my stuff out of the house. And I needed some additional things just to get by. So it was kind of telling her actually what I did, but also using something from our past to keep her on the hook. So,
And in that portion of the conversation, you said you hoped that you would run into her while you were up north.
Right.
For context purposes, had the defendant told you that she was staying with somebody up in the north part of El Paso County?
she did. I said there was some story. I don't remember the specifics, but yes, she was up there, and that's why I referenced that. When I say she, I meant the defendant.
Okay. And, but you didn't have any independent knowledge whether she was up north in El Paso County or someplace else even in the country?
No, sir. I had no knowledge of her whereabouts, period.
She mentioned in that phone call about Gannon stepped on something in the garage and cut his foot on the boards and got blood on the boards.
Yes, I heard that in the phone call.
Can you describe for the jury and what boards she would be talking about and where in the garage those boards might have been?
So as you saw in a photo, the garage was pretty messy, but there was, depending on what project I had going on, I would stash boards on that. Looking into the garage on the left-hand side, I'd lay them down so she could drive over them when she parked her car in the garage. I just ran out of room as I had projects stacking up and whatnot.
And just so we're orienting ourselves correctly, when you say looking into the garage on the left-hand side, you're talking about from the street?
From the
looking
street
in.
view, yes, sir.
Yep. Was it common for Gannon to take out the trash, as was referenced in that phone call?
Absolutely. That was one of his chores.
Where was the trash? Where would he take it out to?
So once again, from the street view, the gate that was referenced numerous times was to the left of the garage. And so he would typically go out the back door, through the backyard, and then around the house to the trash can, because the gate we kept locked typically.
So let's talk a little bit about that backyard. Was it completely fenced in?
Yes, it was fenced in all the way around. Yes, sir.
What kind of fence did it have?
I believe it was a wooden fence, I think. Yeah.
Was it short fence, tall fence?
It was like a maybe 6 or 8 foot privacy type fence all the way around.
Okay.
And joining, the neighbors had joining sides, so there wasn't 2 fences. It was just 1 fence on each side and the back that joined the neighbors.
How many gates in the backyard?
Just the one on the, as I referenced already, the left-hand side looking at the garage from the street.
There was reference to a key in that phone call as well, a key to the gate.
Yes, sir.
Did you keep that gate locked, closed?
Yeah, we kept it locked. The only time I really remember unlocking it on a regular basis was to cut the grass in the backyard.
Where was that key normally kept?
I had a little basket of just whatever, just doodads on top of my dresser or somewhere in the master bedroom, and the key would be in there. It was a couple keys on a keychain, and I kept it in that basket.
Was the lock on the, hopefully I'm going to describe this correctly when I'm asking this question. Was it a padlock, first of all?
It was.
Was that padlock on the outside of the gate, meaning closer to the street, or on the inside yard part of the gate?
No. For instance, if Gannon were to unlock it, he would have had to go through the backyard and access it from the backyard side of the gate to unlock it. He could not reach over from the front yard side. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, so just so we're clear, the lock that is locking the gate is on the inside of the yard.
Yes. Yeah, on the backyard side, yes, sir.
How tall was Gannon?
Oh, I don't remember it right off the top of my head. Approaching 5 foot. I don't know if he had hit 5 foot yet. Is it in that range?
I guess just to really drive home this point, maybe unnecessarily, but was he tall enough, or did he have long enough arms that he could reach over a 6 foot fence and unlock the gate?
Yeah, let me reiterate. I just mentioned that a second ago. He could not open the gate from the front yard. I mean, if he was standing on a ladder or something, but standing on the ground, he could not. He was not tall enough to reach over and unlock it. He had to go from the back.
Could you even?
I think I could. I pull myself up far enough to get it. I'm not sure, but I don't remember ever doing that because the lock was a little bit, it hung a little bit lower. It wasn't at the top. So
Okay. There was mention of Kobe. Who was Kobe referenced in there?
Kobe Bryant, he died, as many of us know, he died on that Sunday, which I think would have been the 26th. And I think it was in the phone call I said she had sent me a text message about it right when I landed at the airport in Lawton, Oklahoma. That's what I found out.
Okay. So just she had sent you a text message in reference to Kobe Bryant dying in that helicopter crash?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's what that references to?
Yes, sir.
There was reference of bath salts. Tell us about the bath salts. What was that reference in regard to?
So, some years ago, bath salts became kind of a recreational drug or something. I don't know much about it. I don't think that's the same bath salts as you put in your bathtub. I'm not 100% sure, but something came up in a text message thread where I referenced earlier about a friend on the bus, this new friend that I'd never found to exist, but he said Gannon could come over and play if Gannon were to bring bath salts with him or some drugs or whatever. And that's where the bath salts were introduced into the conversation. The next thing I did was ask Tisha to get, or the defendant to get all that. We had some, household bath salts. I said, get all those and put them up just in case.
Put them up for what reason?
In case that story was true.
But put them up so that maybe Gannon couldn't get to them?
Find them, or Gannon couldn't get them or whatever.
Okay. There was a reference by the defendant to, the way I wrote it down was the Douglas County thing, basically. Were you aware that there were searches happening up on the northern part of El Paso County, southern part of Douglas County line?
Yeah, at some point, I don't remember the exact date, but I know the search moved into that area because we were, I and those around me were following the news pretty closely and getting most of our information from there. So, to your knowledge, the fact that there was a search happening up in that part of the state was actually being broadcast on the news. I believe so. Yes, sir.
That's where you learned it.
Yeah, that's where I learned it. I think also in those pretext calls, that area was mentioned to me at one point. No specifics were given. Just had you ever been through that area or whatever. So,
based on her reference, did that indicate to you that she also had learned that there was a search happening in that area as well?
I don't know if in that moment I put it together and, immediately following that phone call, I think somewhere down the line, I put it together that, oh, she must have put those together, seen the news as well and brought that up because of that. I'm not sure, Mr. Allen.
And then the comment that she makes close in time to that comment about Douglas County is that y'all are barking up the wrong tree.
Yes.
In your mind, was that her trying to move the investigation away from that area?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Who was Uncle Matt?
That's the first, I think I said that in the phone call. I've never heard of, though I brought up the defendant's sister's ex-husband or ex-boyfriend or something. That's the only person I could think of the name Matt that could have been referred to as an uncle. No other person that I've ever heard of.
So when she said Uncle Matt, that is not a name that you knew about.
No, sir.
Obviously, it sounds like in that phone call, there was a range of emotion happening on the defendant's part, especially. Was that range of emotion consistent with her personality the way you knew it?
Absolutely.
In that particular phone call, did she ever change her persona or identity as you were talking to her?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In that phone call, was your question? Yeah.
In that call?
Yeah, Mr. Allen, in that phone call, I only ever was talking to the defendant.
You mentioned in that phone call, these people are after me now. What did you mean by that?
Absolutely nothing. Just, there was a statement just to
Bait her.
put myself in her shoes as well, to once again try to keep her on the hook.
Okay. And again, with this question, I'm not going to ask you to opine on the ultimate question as to the purpose of this trial. But you made a comment, I don't believe you killed him. Was that a question again that you were asking to keep her on the hook and keep talking?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay. What about the idea that you made mention in that phone call about even you were not getting truth from her or even the police? Was that again another one of these references to you trying to keep her on the phone and keep talking?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of both. I felt I wasn't getting truth from her, but she was saying the police aren't doing their job. So it was a little bit of both.
When you had custody of Gannon and Lena, when you were still married with the defendant, would the kids sometimes go visit Landon, spend time with Landon?
Yeah, there's scheduled visits, holidays, summertime. I don't remember the exact schedule right now, but
Would the defendant have like a dance party when the kids would leave, indicating she was happy that they were no longer in the house?
there was one or two times I remember her and Harley, or excuse me, the defendant and Harley having what I call a dance party. This would have been when we lived in Myrtle Beach, when I did not yet have custody. So it was like weekend visits or whatever after they left.
And then I think it's clear based off of the context of the way that call unfolded. But did this call occur before or after Gannon's remains were found?
This was before.
Okay. Judge, the next portion that I intend to get into would be the next phone call, which is about 37 minutes long. So I'm wondering if we should potentially.
Yeah, counsel approach for a moment.
Okay.
What a day, man. What a day. Holy crap. So like BL said earlier, that phone call was tapped, wired, or recorded. So the dad knew what he was doing, because at first I was like, damn, I would have lost my patience. I might have still lost my patience, even though the thing's being recorded. But he did a really, really good job. Really good job of like keeping his patience, letting her wind and tell all these bullshit stories. And it was interesting when she was like, I haven't talked to you. I haven't told you these stories, because I'm assuming, I don't know, maybe the people that have been following this, maybe she's been telling this story to police. Maybe police talked to him. I don't know, because now he knows like this chick is making all this shit up. So he was maybe ready for this. And maybe she was hoping to get this guy lost in the car, because I was lost. I couldn't follow. The affidavit was a little bit more easier to kind of follow, but when you're listening to it like in person, like I could imagine having a phone conversation with this lady. But it seems like he knew what was up, And then towards the end is kind of when he let loose, kind of like he just let her, he played into it. He played along the entire time until the end. He's like, okay, almost like an interrogation. All right, we played along enough. Now let's cut the shit short. You know, I'm just going to ask you straight up. Did you kill Gannon? She's like, what? Oh my God. It's
All right,
so
ladies and
wild to me
gentlemen,
when people behave like that.
I have some good news and some bad news. And the good news is that the other phone calls that I think are going to be played are not as long as the first one. The bad news is that we have about 20 minutes, and I don't think we can efficiently use your time. But I also think that we've had a long afternoon, so I think that probably everybody could use a break early. We are still on track. We are still moving things along. The lawyers are, I think, doing their best to try and move things along. Sometimes things just take longer than what they think. Sometimes they go faster than what they think. So I apologize that we cannot efficiently use your time today, but I think it's probably good that everybody has a break. So we're going to end early. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do any investigation about any aspect of the case. Remember to avoid any stories or opinions from anyone regarding this matter. And if we can have everyone where they need to be so that they can meet Mr. Combs in the morning at the usual time, and then we should be able to start right at 9 o'clock. And go from there. So with that, and the 520 snow, I don't think you're going to need it tonight, but we shall see. So if that's an issue, that's the best place to find out. But other than that, we'll see you in the morning. All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, I was looking at closing out tabs, and I opened up a Facebook guy. I said I knew this guy from a couple of years ago. He looked like he aged 30 years in 2 years. What the hell happened to this guy? Jeez. You ever do that scroll on Facebook and you're like, damn, what the heck? This is like 2 years ago. All right, I'm closing out these tabs. What a day, man. What a day. I mean, never before heard audio, never before out.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down. Can you give me a preview of where we're going tomorrow?
Lisa, thank you.
It's going to be similar to today with those phone calls. Obviously, I admitted a bunch of those phone calls. We're not necessarily playing all of them with Mr. Stauch on the stand because there are other people involved with the process of recording those phone calls.
Okay.
So we'll have at some point down the road a different FBI agent for a portion of them, and then a second FBI agent for another portion of those phone calls. We also have some people, I believe, who do we have finding today? We have two people from the Pensacola area that are actually, I think, maybe are here now,
Okay.
that were involved with the discovery of Gannon's remains down in Florida.
And that's what you anticipate tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Serious.
Is there anything else we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Kevin.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Then we'll see everybody at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Wow, man. Wow. Just to hear this woman's story, the whining story, it was dreadful. Dreadful. And then he said too, like after they were questioning him and they were like, is this normal behavior? Is this like her typical like behavior on this phone call? And he was like, yeah. That was incredible. I'm almost like we could do some calls, but I don't know, because we've been here for a while. We could do calls for like 30 minutes. I don't know. I'm just kind of curious. I'm either curious what people think or maybe people's personal experiences. There's so much to it I have because I got sent a lot of, I got to show you this. Let me not even forget this. Hold on. I got to show you this shit. Those messages that we were reading where the people on Facebook, they were like, yo, if you're really Letecia's mother, post a picture with a fork in your hand. So I just got sent this picture by Over Here on Facebook. Person's name's Over Here. Over Here. Or I'll be Over Here. And check this shirt out. What's that? Okay. I don't know where I saved it. Into the oblivion. Here it is. Holy moly. Holy. She actually posted the picture, I guess, back then on Facebook to prove that she was who she was. I was like, what? That's Letecia's mama. You guys want to do calls for a little bit? We actually ended a little bit earlier than we're supposed to, right? So we could do some calls for a little. We haven't done calls in a while. Do some calls. It's been so long. I don't even remember the name of the app. It really made me flash back. Honestly, hearing that phone call, I won't say specifically what, but it made me flash back to certain shit in my life and certain conversations I've had with people that, like, something's up, something's not adding up. There's signs everywhere, and the person's like, what are you talking about? No, how dare you question me? No, like, just all kind, and then the tears and the crying and all kinds of shit. And then to imagine, like, if that was your kid, and then like after the fact, looking at this shit now, this chick lying the whole time. That is so crazy, because the whole thing with gaslighting too is that these people make you think like you're crazy, like you're overreacting, like you're being irrational. You're crazy. So I see those calls and or I listen to the calls, and it makes me flash back to certain shit. I can't lie. And I used to, and I say this all the time, I used to have this thought. I used to think gaslighting was BS. I honestly used to be like, oh, that's just some shit. These people, all the terms that the people come up with, that's another made up term. And then I had some personal experiences. I'm like, yo, that's gaslighting. But then now you see this call, and it's like, yo, that's gaslighting. That shit exists. That shit is real. It really is. It's been so long since I've used any of these apps. Give me 1 second. Let me get the Google Voice. I'm going to read the super chats too. We'll be back here tomorrow. And tomorrow's going to probably be tough. Today was like kind of frustrating. There's some kind of quirky moments where you're just like, it's just so unbelievable. I don't even know how to react. Like hearing the phone call, like you don't know how to react, from being angry to almost like the moments that are like laughable, kind of like how does this woman even think this is like something that anybody can believe, and her reaction. Okay, let's see. Host call in. We do that. Let's do some calls. Listen to what people got, some people's thoughts. Register now. I got to register my number. Okay. Are we good? Registered now? Okay. See if it works.
Thank you for calling Call-In Studio.
Okay. I'm going to do the super chats real quick. The number to call in, though, if you like, I can start putting it out now. If you want to call in, 954-787-3009. And if it's like a troll call, I'm just going to hang up and keep it moving. 954-787-3009. Okay, and let me do this. Oh, and there was that story I kind of wanted to share with you guys. Some crazy, insane. I kind of wanted your thoughts on that too. There's this, wonder how long the video clip is. Well, let's just do one thing at a time. Let me do the super chats and then I'll do the calls. I'll share the story at some point, maybe tomorrow. Cedar Jones on TikTok. Thank you for the super chat. Says, you heard about 3 teens in Florida found shot. No. Let me see. Florida teens. Shot. Let's see. Oh no. Fears of serial killer after 3 teens found shot in the head. Whoa. All right, we'll check that out in a second. Thank you for the super chat. Jinxie, thanks for the super chat. Says, can we listen to the rest of her call at 1.5? I wish. I really wish we could. SW 4x4. How scared is Harley? As this is a real mother. I got that earlier. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. Says, just letting you know, just letting you love you all. Please make her stop. Jamie Lee, thank you for the membership. Deja Vu, thank you. Jasmine Murphy, thank you for the membership. Happy Daisy, thank you for the super chat. Says, love it, man. I love you too. I hope you're doing good. I appreciate the conversations. I'm glad you're with me for another trial. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. SW4x4, thanks for the super chat. Says, Mel, you need a good pic of her with a witch hat. Yeah, we might have to figure something out. We'll wait and see. I don't know if the character thing will go so well with this trial. Elisa Joyful, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, thanks, Mel. Okay. We got one call. One person called in. So we'll see. We'll take whoever it is. Let's see. 630. How you doing? Where you calling from? I don't think you hear me. 630.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, it's me. Hold on. I gotta fix something. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, hey,
I had to change the
How's
audio
it going?
setting. Thank you. Good. How you doing?
A couple more recorded phone calls from a couple of other different people. So I'm wondering who those could be from. Like, who else was wired that they had go talk to her, to get more, I wonder if it could be Harley or if it could be, I don't know, her mom, or you know what I'm saying? Did you catch that?
Yeah, because you were saying there's like more calls and but it's gonna be different people, so it's not everything. So tomorrow, I guess we're just gonna get the remainder. I guess it's just gonna be with Dad, and then after that, we'll see who else. I wonder. And so the other person maybe was in on it. I guess they must have been in on it. Whoever else it is, the calls.
Well, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying, but I've never heard that part before. I'm just wondering who that could be because we've never really heard anybody. I mean, I knew Al was wired at one point, but I didn't hear of anybody else that had been, talked about. So I'm curious to who that's going to be. So
yeah, what'd you think?
So something to ponder.
Are you new to the story? Have you been following this a long time, or are you just new to it?
Oh no, I've been following it the whole time. Are you kidding? I remember when he first went missing, the very first day, and it's just been. Like, it just rips my heart out. I can't even believe Landon is sitting there in that courtroom. I don't know that I could do it. Seriously, I send her so much strength because that's got to be brutal.
Right. And this call, was it shocking to you or no? This is the first time. This has never been out before. This is all new stuff, never heard before.
Yeah, I know. And it's been great. It's like I'm glued to it.
Right.
I like, dang, I got to get some stuff done, but it's really, justice for Gannon though, man, whatever it takes, because it's just, it's like watching a train wreck. You can't look away, but you just got to make sure that, that she gets what she deserves. Cause I used to argue with her back and forth cause she was on some of the chats earlier.
Well,
oh,
Letecia?
hell yeah. Yes. She was in our Facebook groups, and she would get on there and defend herself. And so then I'd question something. Well, what about this? You said this yesterday. Well, no, I meant this. And there's screenshots floating around of that stuff. And then it was crazy. She's just, I don't know. She just she needs to go away.
Do you believe she was posting from multiple accounts and stuff, like family's accounts?
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she was in, because you could just tell by the way she wrote. She had very distinct writing on the, just the way she wrote in her post. So, I can tell, sometimes you can tell if people punctuate or words they use or whatever. So, yeah, you could totally tell. And the way she would defend herself, So, yeah, it was, I don't know. I just, anybody that was really watching it from the beginning, I think had the gut feeling that it wasn't going to be a good ending, but just the way she kept carrying on, and even through her whole, waiting up till the trial and trying to defend herself and then trying to, you know, all her crazy actions trying to plead insanity. She's just, I don't know. She thinks she's smarter than everybody, but really she's not. So, but.
All right. Well, thank you so much for calling. Appreciate it. And I might have somebody on one of these days that's been at the trial. I'll have to talk to her tonight and see if she wants to come on. But she has a really good article. Her name is Crime Curious. I thought it was Crime Circus. I read it wrong, but it's Crime Curious, and she has like a really good website.
Okay.
So.
All right, I'll have to check that out because
sure.
yeah, I've been like glued to this since. I mean, this is when I used to be a pediatric nurse and took care of a lot of kids and child abuse kids, and I could just tell when he was crying on that video with the candle. I mean, he wasn't just crying because he was scared. He was. I believe at that point she had already done something to him that she couldn't take back because she was freaking out. And she even said on that video, I know I freaked out, you know, so you could tell she was just totally trying to cover her tracks. It just was his little voice, his cries just kicked me in the gut. So sad.
Well, all right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Guess we'll be back
tomorrow.
All right.
Thanks for all you do.
All right. Take care. Thanks.
All right. I wish you well. All right. Thanks.
Nice call. Let me take this person here too. 309. How you doing? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Gypsy from Peoria, Illinois.
What's your name? Tipsy?
Gypsy, you know me.
Gypsy. Gypsy, okay, Gypsy. Maybe I'm hearing what's in my mind. Gypsy. How you doing?
Gypsy with a J.
Gotcha. How's it going?
I was literally gonna say exactly what your last caller just said. That I had never seen and heard that footage before that they played and that you played, where she's telling him like, "Did you do it on accident or on purpose?" I had never seen or heard that before. Like I had heard about it, but I had never like gone and looked for it. I guess is what I'm trying to say. That, and she's right. And you know this, you have a little girl. That is not a cry. I believe that she had, like, probably, you know, hurt him physically at that point, at the very least.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people with that sentiment.
It's sickening. It's just, and then, yeah, it's so weird that she recorded that. Like, she pretends it was a mistake. There was no mistake. She recorded that on purpose.
Right.
I don't think that was a mistake. You know what I mean?
Right. Wow.
But the whole thing's just wild. That chick's. Do we know how old she is? Because it's slipping my mind.
I don't even know. I know her date of birth is on the probable cause affidavit, but I don't. I thought do I have it here? No, I don't have it here. I thought she was 30-something, 39. I don't remember. I know I had it on the.
She acts like she's 22 in the. I mean, I'm not saying she looks like she's 22, but she acts like it, like in those interviews where she's before that they knew that she had anything to do with it. When like the news stations are interviewing her and stuff, and she's like, "I just wish everyone would leave me." And she's not saying like, "I wish someone would find Gannon." She's saying, "I wish everyone would leave me alone, and I can't wait to be proven innocent." Like, girl, if you really was in it, if you was really in it to find a kid, you would never be saying, "Well, I can't wait for everybody to have to apologize to me."
I know, that was so weird. Yeah, that interview was
it was super weird. Like I'm the one with the missing and murdered cousin, and the trial keeps getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. It finally got set again for April 25th, and it's going forward this time. Thank God, because I need it to get over with.
Yeah,
but like, I wouldn't.
Years.
Yes, it's been over 2 years now. Yeah, but I wouldn't even put myself on camera when the news came and interviewed me, because I didn't want the attention, first of all, and second of all, there was a killer on the loose that killed my cousin, and I didn't know why. And well, we still don't really know why. But you know what I mean? And I just pleaded for anybody. And I would never be like, "Oh, people are pointing even if nobody did point their fingers at me, but I would never be like, "Oh, wait till, you know what I mean? You don't say that stuff.
Right.
She just, she's a disgrace to humanity, society, to this poor man that thought he left his child in good hands.
I really think I'm really
Oh,
curious
totally.
what the defense is gonna have to say. I'm really curious on the cross, like what kind of what is gonna be their argument and stuff.
Yeah, I'm dying.
What are they even gonna say to that, you know?
Right. I work part-time, and you know this, as a paralegal I just work part-time but it's criminal. And we watch all this stuff together, my attorney boss does, and he's like, I don't know what they have in the bag for, for this. Like, there's so much evidence against her. He couldn't believe, she's like, I can't believe she didn't take a plea, or why is she doing, why did she take it to trial? For what?
Just like all the other shit. Why keep lying? Why keep they have all this shit on you? Why keep whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, it's wild. But yeah, no, I just thought I'd call in. I literally was going to say that same thing about that was a cry like I'm sorry and I'm scared.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like I'm scared cry.
Yeah, that's
you know what I mean? That broke my heart. I was listening to it while I was cleaning the house, because I do that on the side as well, and about started crying. I know it's like you only hear him for a couple seconds, but geez, man, it's just so sad.
Yeah, I can't even imagine for the parents to have to hear that audio, the last moments. I try not to even think about it.
Yeah, and the dad's doing so good.
Yeah, he's doing great. I mean, and he did really good with that phone call. He really, to bring justice for his kid.
Mhm. Yeah, he's doing great. He really is doing really good, and I feel for that man. Because I really do believe, I honestly do believe, just like I think it was Diggs you had on the phone earlier.
Yeah.
She was like, everybody knows, like, that they shared custody, that Tisha was on the fucking papers with, sorry, I didn't mean to curse, but that she was on the papers with and it was because, and she's right, when you're in the service, and you probably know this too, when you're in the service, they don't favor single parents. They want the stepmom or stepdad to also have full custody. So that's simple. And Diggs knows a lot more about it than I did, but she said that the real mom, was having severe health issues, and it's like, of course you want your kid to be in a household where you think that there's and she was already a mom. It's not like she's brand new to this mother thing.
Yeah, and in case something happens, I had another friend. Diggs was telling us, and then another friend told me too that it's kind of common for the military, or whatever. So.
Yeah, it is. It is. I was with a guy in the military for a long time, and he had a kid with somebody else, and they were begging for us to get married, and I didn't. We didn't go. I didn't end up staying with them. But yeah, it is super common in the military. He was in the Marines.
All right.
But yeah, I just thought I'd call and put my 2 cents in.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for calling and watching and for supporting as well. So.
Always.
All right. Take care.
Take care. Bye, hon.
Bye. Okay, one more call. One more call. Then I'm going to show the video. I'm going to share the story that I thought is pretty weird. I don't even know what to think of it. 386. How you doing? Where are you calling from?
Hey, is it me?
Yes, it's you. Hey,
I'm
welcome.
in Florida.
You're in Florida too?
Hey, it's
nice.
Sunflower. Yes, Sunflower from Florida.
Amazing.
Mel, thank you. You know what? You do the best. And the members, you guys make it bearable. This was so difficult today. I mean, for many reasons. We knew the opening with all the evidence was just so unbearable. But this monster's voice, I mean, her voice, it was just unbearable. And the lie after lie. Are you going to do a poll as to how many people think that she may be found insane? What people actually are thinking?
Yeah, I'll do one now, and then we'll do one tomorrow as well. I saw Court TV did one.
Okay, cool. No, I don't think she's insane. Okay, I just think she's evil. She plotted too much out, and the father, yes, like the previous caller, I feel bad for him. Can you imagine? You leave because you're called out to duty to your job, and you leave, and your child is murdered the very next day. I mean, you know, he's got to live with that, and he did excellent on those calls.
Yeah, I mean, to hear all those details, all the bleeding, supposed bleeding, and bleeding like from his butt, and then the burning and the bubbly stuff. Just to hear that, it's just. And he's like, "You didn't think there was an emergency? Like, you didn't think to like do something, you know?" And then she goes, "Oh well, like it didn't hurt that bad, or it didn't hurt." Like she literally described it as bubbling. Yeah, that's got to be painful.
Oh. And I wonder, you know, someone in the chat mentioned her daughter. What's her daughter's name again? Isn't she supposed to testify for the state? Yeah, is it Harley?
Harley, I don't know. I don't really. She's on the list. She's on the list, but I don't know if she's actually going to testify.
Yeah, and she was underage, but you know, she knew. I wonder if she did a plea bargain herself for stuff that she knew. You know, and we all heard the recording where she was saying, "Well, what do you want me to say? Do you want me to say, you know, that time with the interview with her back turned, you know?" And she said, "Oh, my daughter will tell you, you know," and so yeah, she has to account for all of that at some point, right?
I don't know, because I thought she's on the state side. I think she's testifying against her mother, so I don't think she's gonna they're gonna try to bring anything against her or accuse her or anything. I think they want to hammer Letecia probably,
right?
And
right.
I thought in the affidavit too they said that there was some weird stuff, but like they don't know that she actually knew anything about the murder. But I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, she was just doing what her mom said to say, and we don't know. We can only assume what Step Monster was telling her, you know.
Yeah.
But as far as the defense attorney yesterday with his egg thing, with what was it, the omelet or the cheese omelet thing? But I think the worse that they are, the worse job they do, the better for us.
Yeah, that's true. I can't imagine having that kind of job, having to defend her. Letecia, I mean, he was a little bit dramatic too. All he's aiming for is that they find her insane. That's all.
Yeah, I think he's having a hard time with it.
Yeah, for sure.
I really do. I mean, who wouldn't? But it's obvious to me anyway that he's struggling with it when he sees the data and send the pictures. And you know, Gannon was what, 1 pound and 6 ounces when he was born. He's a miracle baby, you know, and for this to have happened to him, this is tough. But you know, again, your members, you guys, your expressions, the comment section, it made it bearable as always. And I just want to thank you. I won't tie up your time anymore.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I was looking at the poll. I read the poll wrong. I thought they said that Letecia is insane. I'm like, damn. But no, most people are saying no.
I gotta go. I'm on the phone with you, so I can't see the poll.
Yeah, I had to do a double take, and I was like, oh no, I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe I should have worded that. Okay, you know what? Maybe that was a bad way to word it. I should have put it as how the jury will find her. Will the jury find her insane, guilty, not insane, whatever? I should have actually.
Well, what'd you say? What do you think?
Is Letecia insane? So it's kind of like, yeah, she's insane, but then you know, I should word that differently.
Yeah, we want to know what we think the jury is gonna. But it's early, you know. It's only day one.
It is. Yeah, we haven't even heard the defense yet.
Trial? Yeah, how long do you think it's gonna last? What they say? 2 weeks?
They said 8 weeks.
What?
But
what?
Yeah, potentially 8 weeks.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How do we? Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I guess we ought to. You know what? She's gonna get. Hey, what is the maximum sentence there in Colorado?
I don't know.
What does she get? Would they have life? They don't have the death penalty there, right? Do they?
I know the death penalty. I don't think it's on the line. I don't know if Colorado has. Let me look it up real quick. Colorado death penalty. Let's see. Colorado abolished the death penalty in 1897 and reinstated it in 1901 after the Supreme Court struck down existing death penalty statutes. Colorado reintroduced capital punishment in the state effective January 1st, 1975. So I guess they have it.
Capital punishment.
Oh, okay. It was legal from 1974 until 2020. Prior to it all being abolished, all valid death sentences as of 2020 have been commuted to life sentences.
Yeah. So they don't have the death sentence. You know, in some states they're bringing back the, what do you call it, where they shoot them?
Oh,
What is
I heard
it?
about that.
The firing range?
Yeah.
No, that's true. Like, I think they brought it back over there where it is it in the Idaho murders. You know, I think they were bringing it back there. And I don't mean to laugh, but you know, it's terrible. It's terrible. You don't really wish that on anyone. And I just want her to get life. I don't want her to walk out of there like her attorney said. Oh, she can just walk out of here. I thought, well, that was a good line, because now people on the jury are thinking, well, we don't want her to walk out of here, you know?
Right.
So I think he's working for us in a sense. It's interesting. We'll see. But thank you. I talked
Thank
too
you so
much.
much.
You guys have a great
You're good.
night. Thank you, Mel. Thanks.
All right. Take
Love you
care.
guys.
Yeah. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Okay.
All right. Bye. All right. Let me try to do this poll. I'm trying to wrap my head around the simple poll, but I'm like, okay, so guilty. Let's see. Guilty. Not guilty. By reason of insanity. Guilty or not guilty by reason of it. Okay, so there's another one. So there's guilty, not guilty by reason of insanity, or just not guilty. A little confusing. Okay, so guilty, not guilty by reason of insanity, or not guilty. I think. Lord Almighty. Ready to check out. So this video, I hope I can play it. I don't know if they're going to try to claim it. It's a long video.
Wauchula, Florida, a small town along Main Street in Hardee County. Population less than 5,000. Kayla Nix and Drew Schock grew up here and reconnected 5 years ago after what began as a high school friendship. They soon decided to have kids and raise their children where they had roots.
Now, this was the plan. We were going to have 3 kids, and that, you know what I mean? That was our goal.
My mom was a principal.
Kayla's mom, Tracy Nix, now at the center of their family's story.
Here we are.
A story they're here to share.
It's really difficult to know that my mom is the one, you know, that broke his heart here. You know, my mom.
According to the complaint affidavit, on November 1st, 2022, Kayla was going to get her hair done and asked her mom to babysit. Tracy met friends for lunch, drove home, and forgot her granddaughter in the back seat of her 2019 Lexus with the windows rolled up. She went inside, talked to her dog, and practiced the piano. When one of her grandsons arrived, all of a sudden it came across her head that Uriel was in the back seat all afternoon. Her husband immediately began CPR. Temperatures in Wauchula that day reached 90 degrees. Uriel died. She was 7 months old.
To think of the last moments of her life as a mother is gut-wrenching.
A little girl. How do you forget a little girl?
After identifying his daughter at the hospital, Drew remembers.
We're out in the parking lot just trying to grasp out what just happened, and that it actually just happened twice in our lifetime.
This is the really, really weird shit. So, like, it's tragic. I can't, you know, especially not even in your care, but like you have your child in your parents' care, I guess, and they forget the child in the car. But apparently, they've had a kid in her mother's grandma's care twice. And the death happened twice.
In less than a year. 16-month-old Ezra, Uriel's brother, also died while under his grandmother Tracy's care.
911, where's your emergency?
That's a little baby. The grandmother's out giving him CP. Is he breathing? No.
Okay, it was a pond,
Yeah.
and they're not sure how long the child was in the pond?
No.
Drew got the first call 3 days before Christmas 2021.
He goes, something happened to Ezra. And that's when I just called Kayla. And she goes, what? And I said, I don't know. I'm heading there now.
I could see the helicopter landing, and I didn't look when there was a stop sign. I was in a full head-on collision, and I was going 85 miles an hour in that case, 6 months pregnant. But I got out and started running to my parents' house, and at this point, I don't have shoes. I'm just running. Wow. That was my desperation to get to my son.
Kayla says her doctor told her she needed to make a choice.
They withheld information from me. Any information that would work me up or make me emotionally distressful would be harmful to my unborn child. And I knew in that moment that as much as I loved him, that she was a real life and she was coming, and it would be wrong of me to lose it over him and hurt her and take her.
Kayla and Drew had never seen the incident report detailing how Ezra drowned in a nearby pond the afternoon his grandmother fell asleep. In the report, the detective wrote, a complaint affidavit for child neglect will be forwarded to the state attorney's office for further review.
I didn't know that they had ever attempted to file charges.
Kayla says she will never forget.
That's kind of crazy to me that like they had never seen the thing before, because they're like, if that's my child, why the hell can't I see the complaint? I don't know. It's just so weird and crazy. I listened to like half of this video this morning when I first woke up, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? I thought something was kind of weird about this video too. I can't lie. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know. But then the whole thing was like, okay, so they had another child, the first child. I guess grandma fell asleep, and so the child goes into the pond. You hear stories like that all the time. I guess. I don't know what the situation is. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just putting myself in that situation. That's horrible. And you would never watch my kid again. Never. The next following kids, if you have some sort of slip or accident, you are never effing watching my kids. You supervise. If I'm there together in the same room with you, that's it. You're never fucking being alone with any of my kids ever again. And so, and then the situation happens again where grandma, I guess, she gets home, leaves the baby, the new baby in the car, and they go inside. She doesn't realize until somebody comes to the house that the baby was left in the car. So twice. I mean, oh my God. And so now I think mom, the mother, and the father they're trying to push charges on her own mother to push it.
Get what a deputy told her.
I was told that unless I believed that my mom held my son's head under the water and intentionally killed him, that there is nothing else that they can do about my son's death.
In a statement, the state attorney's office said, in cases involving the accidental drowning of a toddler, Florida appellate courts have stated that a one-time lapse of judgment would not establish culpable negligence of the.
That is so interesting. I didn't even know that was a thing. So you get a one-time bypass. One of your kids, if you fuck up, you're not paying it. Your kid can drown once, and you're good. You're not going to get charged. You get a one-time free pass in Florida. I didn't know that. Okay.
The caretaker.
His story has gotten lost in hers.
After the death of
Ezra,
your son, did you trust your mom?
No.
No, we didn't trust her at all. Like I said, that's why we never let Asher go over there.
Asher, their now 4-year-old firstborn.
We were anxious, but I loved my mother, and I am a daughter that wanted her mom. I thought.
So they have another child, because I think what she was saying, if I'm getting this right, when the second child had died in the car from like heat from being left in the car, I think she was speeding and she got into an accident and she was pregnant with the now 4-year-old.
Thought that if I could believe in second chances, and so when I was told that Ezra's death was an accident, some sliver child part of me thought, okay, good, I get to keep this mom, this grandmother, this person.
3 months after Ezra's death, Kayla gave birth to their baby girl.
There wasn't a moment to get a grip of the death of my son.
And this is the baby that drowned, I guess, right here.
Before there was the life of my daughter. And how beautiful is that? Her name is Uriel, and it means, it's a Hebrew name, and it means God is my light. You're so cute.
Kayla and Drew were protective.
The very, very minor amount of time that she saw my daughter was almost always supervised.
On her daughter's last day, Kayla says she knew her mom's plans.
Yuri was at a restaurant with other people that I knew and trusted.
Within hours, someone from the sheriff's office showed up at her home
and said that your baby is dead. And I said, I'm sorry, what? I know Ezra said, why are you here? Why are you, like, what is this? No, Kayla, your baby is dead.
2 children now who are no longer here. You know what I mean? Somebody has to answer for that.
But Tracy's attorney, William Fletcher, says it depends.
But because somebody dies doesn't necessarily mean that somebody has to pay. And this obviously was an accident, and the question was, is it culpable negligence?
Fletcher told us Tracy Nix will not be making any public statements.
Damn. So this grandmother, you can have a slip up twice and they're just going to be like, oh, well, what? They're not going to look into it? A child can die twice in your care. Everybody was like back in the days. I used to hear like all these crazy stories. Like, I don't know how many kids died in somebody's care. And eventually, like after the 5th one, they're like, oh my God, maybe we should look into this or something. Maybe there's something there. Or like those angel of death nurses that like all these patients are dying in their care. I forgot that one lady. The hospital kind of doesn't really want to like acknowledge it, or they're not sure. And this woman's just getting away with all kinds of shit. I mean, I don't think they do that now, but there was that one lady that hospital just like kind of, I don't know how they didn't know that lady wasn't killing people.
Tracy loves her daughter and her son-in-law and all of her children and her grandchildren.
What is she feeling?
Totally devastated. Totally devastated.
Why?
Bro, I mean, oof. That relationship with mom, that would be it for me. That would be it. It would have been torn up with the first one. That I know accidents happen. Ugh. Dude, man, I don't know. I've always been super paranoid about Maddie, man, and like I really like she doesn't go really stay with like random family. She's really just like with my mother, and once in a blue moon, her mother, which that's kind of a story with it too. But like, oh, I'll stay with the aunt or like the other grandma or like overnight. I don't know. I'm really kind of finicky about that. If I have a choice, I prefer not to. My mother, Maddie's grandma, that's what I prefer. But even when you're somebody you trust, you just never know. You just never know what they're doing. You know, if you have to go do something, what they're going to do with your kid. Are they going to go to the pool? Can an accident happen in the pool? Anything could happen. But if that shit ever happened, it wouldn't be for me. Truth Seeker says, don't judge it, Mel. You do not understand memory loss. 2 kids died in somebody's care. What, I can't say some shit about that? Don't judge Ikemel. It's weird. Don't judge. Fuck that. You kidding me?
Why did you choose to take on this case?
It was so incredible. I can't conceive of the pain.
Oh, you're right.
I got a couple grandkids. And you feel the same way about your grandkids. So it's not, the parents are hurting, but so are the
and if she has some medical condition, grandma, And those kids shouldn't be left there. And she shouldn't have taken them, and they shouldn't have left her there, you know.
Parents are hurting too. So there's no winners here, certainly no winners. Everybody, I mean, it's just total devastation.
You're the type you go leave your third kid with the grandma again. Don't judge.
And decided I'd take it. I know you've heard sometimes people have been struck by lightning 2 different times. And that's the way I look at this case.
We sat down and spoke with Kayla and Drew, the parents, and they say that they want justice in this case. What do you think justice looks like here?
Looking at the facts, looking at what really happened, as far as Uriel, the baby girl, which is what the charge should, what the jury should be focused on, and deciding is this culpable negligence.
Fletcher says if found guilty.
So there might be, I wonder if this is going to be a trial. This would be interesting. I don't know if it's actually going to be, I'm curious to see what's going to happen with this, man. I just can't imagine, like, the frustration. Those parents seem pretty frustrated. And it seems like they kind of like think something's up. The parents themselves are kind of pushing for grandma to be charged. I don't know, grandma, you know, I don't know what her situation is. But I would be fucking furious. I wouldn't be like, yeah, let's have some understanding. Yo, how many more kids before you're like, how many more kids does it take for you to die? To be like, or accidentally for you to be like, oh, you know what? That's fucked up. Maybe we should look into this or whatever. How many is it? 3, 4, 5? That's crazy. For grandmothers here, if you lost a grandchild to your own negligence, would you even trust yourself to watch another one? That's the thing. Like, I wouldn't, if God forbid, if I made something horrible, I made some sort of mistake, I would not want to be, that's where it's kind of like, I'm not connecting the dots. Because to me, from grandma's perspective or the parents' perspective, I wouldn't be leaving my newborn kid with you after my other child drowned. It's just weird. It's just very weird. I don't know. The car thing, see, and I've covered car child deaths. There was even one I covered, I think that was in Vegas. It was a really crazy story. This father concocted all kinds of stuff. I can kind of see how maybe somebody could have a memory lapse for a little bit or something. Maybe. It's never happened to me. But maybe if like somebody's rushing and running. But I just like, I still don't get how. Even in my own routine, how, like if you get up, you take your baby to daycare. What, you don't go to daycare? If you do go to daycare, you walk into the daycare without your baby, and then you come back, and in your head, you think you dropped off the baby, then you get back in the car, you go drive to do your errands. I don't even know how that happens. I mean, maybe there's, maybe mental health, whatever they want to put on it, but I know it happens. Accidents happen, but bro, twice? Let's not judge here. Something's funky. I don't know what. And maybe it's like the attorney for the grandma said. He feels like it's like a case where lightning struck twice.
Tracy could be sentenced to between 12 and 30 years in prison.
So then if I'm objective, she needs to go to prison. As her daughter, it kills me to say it. As their mother, I demand it.
I want justice for my son. So that way I don't let what happened to my son happen with my daughter and her just get scot-free because I couldn't live with that as a parent.
We asked what they would want Ezra and Uriel to know.
That we loved them and that we're sorry. Because they were beautiful children and they were taken by somebody that we believed was worthy of trust.
The preacher.
Damn, that relationship is probably messed up for the rest of their lives. That mother-daughter relationship. Vic said in the chat, I'm just wondering, she's older, does she have early dementia and they don't know? I don't know. Maybe she has some sort of medical condition. And if looks like they're gonna go to trial, they're gonna need to pull up whatever they can pull up. Just go in the Rolodex of mental health, DSM-5, roll the page, pick something on there, and you're gonna have to find something. She could have some sort of memory thing. Insane to me that it happened twice. Hardy County, grandmother charged. Oh, she was charged after forgetting infant in hot car. I mean, honestly, I feel like if you forget your child in the car and they die, you should be held accountable. I understand mistakes happen. It just, I don't think you should have like a, I don't know, Florida had a free pass for kids. Like, I guess accidental deaths. I feel like something should happen. I don't know. I mean, unless they can truly see like there was like an accident, but the whole thing where like you're leaving your child somewhere, that's negligence. Like you're just forgetting your child for 8 hours. Like 8 hours later, you remember, oh yeah, the kid's in the car. I don't think it was 8 hours in this case. I don't know how long it was. I think it was 90 degrees. But I mean, you're responsible. What is with this shit, this society where there's like responsibility for nothing? You can do whatever the fucking people die. There's like no responsibility and we shouldn't judge. Like, what the fuck? I should get off and stop ranting. Maybe I'm just pissed because of Gannon. I'm like pissed with this other. It's a completely different situation, completely different. But like, I can't even imagine, bro. Like, I don't know. I would not be leaving my kid in the care of somebody that's had an accident with my child previously and the other child died. You would not ever be seeing, even if it's grandma. I'd have to be there and like, you know, I don't know, bro. That's got to be really tough for the mother too. The mom is saying she wants her mother to go to jail. I don't know. I wanted to share that story with you guys because I thought it was weird. However you feel about it, I wanted to share it because maybe we'll follow up on it. Maybe we'll kind of keep track on it. I'm actually going to bookmark it because that might be something interesting too to kind of follow to see the turn of events. I don't really know that it's going to, you know, I don't know. That is scary, man. And you just never know. Shit can happen with people. Anything can happen, man. You just never know. But like, bro, twice. Okay, come on now. Like, cut the shit. Like, all right, now things need to be. You know what I mean? They should charge her for both of them. Or maybe she's protected by that Florida law. I don't know. I didn't even know that was a thing. What the heck? I mean, yo, if she has some sort of clinical diagnosis, then, you know, I guess you can use that. And then I'd be like, you know, maybe the parents should have left it there. I don't really think they should have left it there after the first time the first kid died, but I guess they're saying they wanted to, you know, that she loves her mom and stuff. Johnny thing is such a scary thing, huh? Like she might have a memory thing. I wonder if she's on any kind of medication. I don't know. Anyway, man, so we'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back. If there's a chase, I'll be back tonight. But we'll be back tomorrow. I set up the stream. I'm going to redirect the stream. I'll also drop the link here. Thank you guys for joining me today. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for riding with me. I had no idea like all this craziness was going to with this audio. This Letecia, I think the jury is going to see through the insanity thing because I mean I don't know, even just that phone call, the hour phone call, all the bullshit stories that she made, you know. Okay, so that's the link for tomorrow in case you don't get transferred. Amy, thank you so much again for this PayPal. It was really, really nice of you. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. All right. Good night. Bye. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh no. Synchronicity. Oh no, you didn't. Cancel. I'm just kidding. I was about to end. Oh God, wrong screen. Synchronicity says, grandma's not that old. How old is grandma? Uh-oh. grandma knows better than to talk, though. She's just gonna get some lawyers and keep it moving. The Rolodex of mental health, the DSM-5. I'm just gonna do some crazy shit today, and let me just, I don't. All right, I'm out of here. Love you guys. Thank you for the super chat.